All right, 93, 93, 93. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. And the law, just in case you don't know what the law is the lema, which is the law of the universe. All right? For those who may be confused as to what exactly is going on over here, all we're doing is following the law of the universe, which we call the lema, which represents your true will. That means you came here to manifest your true will to this planet of treachery, this planet of nonsense, this planet of a bunch of uncivilized behavior. So you came to give order, right? If you didn't know. If you didn't know. The only way for you to give order is for you to know exactly who you are and what you are here to do and accomplish with the short amount of time that you have. None of us have a long time. Time moves faster or different when you are conscious of your mission. You feel like you don't have enough time, right? So when people, talk about, let's just say the rappers, the hip hop artists, when we hear things, stories like a Tupac, when we hear stories of a King Von, when we hear stories of people who rapped about their death before it happened, as if they predicted it, and this has happened time and time again, it's because they know I only have a short amount of time. Imagine if you died at 25, 26, and how much you actually did with your life in that short amount of time, right? A lot of us can look back and look at what we was doing at 25. You're like, yeah, we was still young, right? You probably wasn't moving like you had a divine purpose until you got to the point. Now, of course, some people figure that out younger, but that's not always the case. So that's why we had to move at our own pace. We can't use nobody else's story as a blueprint for how we must accomplish ours. And I'm saying all this to say, YouTube is still taking down videos that I done did months ago. They still finding problems with the videos or you medical misinformation. That's what they tell me it is. I'm still on this bitch speaking medical misinformation, even though I'm like, I don't even fucking talk about COVID. I don't even talk about that shit. But they're still finding ways to delete the shit off, right? So don't think this shit is gonna be here forever. That's what I'm telling y'all. Don't think that this is just gonna be here, right? There could be videos you enjoyed and fucking YouTube deletes the shit without letting nobody know. So just know, if you don't register this in your Akashic records, you're just gonna forget it. And then it just served no purpose to you and you just wasted your time, right? So I don't keep coming on here just because I know that this is just gonna be here forever. It may not be. I may say some crazy shit and YouTube says fuck you, right? But I already said fuck you to YouTube. So I'm not really tripping. And again, that's why we got the website, so like nothing stops. No sorry with the fucking TikTok and all type of shit, alright? Still upgrading technology. I'm looking at that iPhone 15. I like the way that camera is looking. So I'm still on the move. I tried to get on a little plan and shit. They're like, no, you gotta buy the whole phone. You gotta drop us the whole grand. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll do it. Because I'm about to bring y'all better content, right? Because as technomancers, that's what we're here to do. We're here to be on the latest and greatest of trends and figure out how to work it the ways other people are not even thinking about. Or at least that's my perspective. But anyway, I'm just here preparing the mixture. All right. So we're gonna inhale from the essence, and we're gonna see exactly what's going on here. What's up, Vishahan? What's up, D Chill 99? What's up, Dank Wizard? What's up, Immortal 72? I appreciate everybody for tuning in. And we're gonna get started. The title of this particular video is why it is forbidden to work with essentially your ancestors. I know I'll put a bunch of shit, elementals, Djinn, Genies, but all these energies are our ancestors. So essentially it is forbidden for us to work with our own ancestors. And what I mean by forbidden is, if you accept any type of mainstream religion, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, any of the main three, which is what most people are, right? Most people are not occultists, right? I'm already sweating before I even got started. That's just one thing I did notice. Every time I get on here, my body temperature, just goes through the goddamn roof. That's why I don't have a goddamn shirt on right now. That's how I know. I'm like, I can't even fucking talk to y'all without being a sweaty mess. At the end of these live streams, I'm like, I gotta hop in the shower type shit. But that's just how much the energy is just like, let me open the window. I'll be right back. Let me open this window because I already know it. Hold on. All right. I'm like, I'm already fucking just dripping. Anyway, why is it forbidden for you to work with your ancestors? Why did mainstream religion come in and tell you that everything your ancestors did was bullshit and you need to believe us now? Now you need to believe in science, mainstream science. Fuck what the ancestors were doing with all their magical techniques. It's because they're not magical. It's just really, it's not really hard to figure this shit out. They want you to compete on the level that they're on. They don't want you to compete on the level that you're on because you're going to outdo them every time. So, of course, they want you to think, okay, you go ahead and get this degree so you can get this good job, so you can have this position of leadership, yada, yada, yada. But that's what they're doing. That's how they got to operate because they don't have power. So when you don't have power, of course, you're going to be a part of the rat race, right? So now everybody's in competition with each other, right? Everybody's trying to get that promotion. Everybody's trying to get more money. Everybody's essentially on the same type of time. That's why it's called a rat race. Everybody's doing the same thing. Variations, but the same thing. What's up, Goddess Incarnate? I'm Buffer. What's up, Tassetti 93? What's going on? So I guess I'm buffering. It's not coming through clear. If I'm coming through clear, hit 1. If it's buffering, hit 2. So we can go ahead and fix this before we even get started, if that is the case. So if I am buffering, just hit 2 so I can know that, okay, I need to fix this before we get started. In the meantime, okay, I got it's a 1, so I guess I'm fine. So while I'm buffering on your end, I have no idea. So there's 3 people that say I'm fine. So I would encourage you to check your devices then if there's 4 people saying I'm fine. All right, well, I guess I'm fine then. So if you're having any problems on your end, I'll say, maybe you have to hit airplane mode, get out of airplane mode, just go out, come back in, do whatever you got to do so that everything is good. All right. All right, so again, I'm gonna take an inhale of this devil's leaf. And what most people call weed or marijuana. They just don't want to call it what it is because that reminds them of what they're really doing. Yeah, you are, you are in, what is the word? So it's a particular word. You are in allegiance with the devil if you smoke the devil's leaf. They just had to degrade that. Why? Because they want to make money. So they're not going to call it the devil's leaf. They're going to call it marijuana. They're going to call it medical marijuana. They're going to call it this. They're going to call it that. Cannabis, herb, anything to take off what it actually is, right? What's up, New Horizon 93? Anything to make you forget what you're actually doing here, right? Because I know it's a lot of people that engage in drugs, but they don't know what they're doing. That's why they're fucked up. It's as simple as that, right? How do I know this? Because I've been engaging in this shit for, I guess, a decade now. I was like 21 when I first started. That's before YouTube. Yeah, I didn't create YouTube till like years after that. I was still in California. So I was still on my real demon time when I started engaging in the devil's leaf. So I'm like, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me because I know what type of time I was on when I first started smoking. I was big demon in California doing what demons do. Right? Ain't we the devil? Yeah, we are the devil. Yes, we are. All right. We definitely are. It just religion changed the idea of what the devil is. So now we think the devil is something bad, is something wicked, is something that you probably should stay away from, right? But if all these energies are our ancestors, then who the fuck is the devil then? That's what I'm saying. These are the type of questions I ask. Because I'm really in this shit. And I have no choice but to always question what the fuck is going on. I'm not just doing shit because, like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Maybe it ain't what I'm supposed to be doing. Maybe I need to ask some damn questions. So I'm always asking questions because things are always evolving, things are always changing. So if I need to change perspective, I'm going to change perspective. I'm not locked into a reality like these religious people. They're going to be Christian till they die. They're going to be Muslim till they die, right? And if that's what they want to do, fine. You know, I'm not telling nobody they shouldn't do it. But I know you ain't built for this shit. So yeah, you need to be religious. You're not. You can't do what we are over here doing, right? You can't do it. So you shouldn't do it. But if you find yourself in these parts, in the underworld, in the outskirts, then there's a certain way you have to move. It's a certain way you have to move. And we'll talk about it. Just give me a little second to get into the spirit, right? So let's see what the devil has to say about these things, right? Which is the whole reason why I'm here, right? The more and more I'm alive, the more and more I'm alive, the more and more I realize that my whole life has been forbidden. What I mean by that is, this shit didn't start with YouTube. This shit didn't start with California. It really has no start date. Because I realized, like, even the place I was born was like one of the most devilish, wickedest places that you can be born. Detroit, Michigan, right? For those who know the history, you know what I'm saying. Right? A lot of people just really know like Chicago now, you know, with the whole drill scene. GDs, BDs. But we know the whole Midwest is connected. And you can say they all on demon time. So whether it's Detroit, whether it's Chicago, anywhere in the Midwest, St. Louis, it's just a different type of energy. It's just a different type. The energy is, you can say, it's demonic. It's really no other way to put that shit. And I know this to be the case because it's only a couple of people in my family that was able to supersede that shit. What I mean by that is majority of the people became victims of that. It was only a couple of people that was actually able to raise up above their own demon head, which we call Rahu, right? It was only a couple of people that I've seen with my own eyes. So not the people from afar. I'm talking about the people I was actually able to observe, which basically was my grandparents, right? And then I'm like, I am the way I am because of them. And like I told y'all, I got enlightened in their household. I was in their household when I learned about meditation. You know, when I began to really take astrology seriously, it was under their, not that they were guiding me, but they actually was, just not with their words. Just them putting things in positions that where a child will find them. So of course, if you're dealing with people who have a whole library of books, for example, of course, one day you're going to look through all these books and see what the hell is going on with this. Then you're going to choose which books you find interest in. And just for me, it was things like astrology. I'm like, why is this shit even here? You know, these people go to church. Like my grandparents were people who went to church every Sunday. They were Baptists. So when I began to find these things in their home, I'm like, how does this? These two things don't seem to add up. Because I know people in church ain't necessarily big on astrology. They're really not big on like black history. I would see like the mask in their homes. I guess we would call them like the African mask, but I know like every culture was producing masks, so I don't want to make it a African thing. I guess it's just a black thing, right? Just mask. I've seen all the more spookier stuff that people are afraid of in their home as well. But these people were going to church every Sunday. But when you go into their basement, now you see who they really are. These are things I didn't understand when I was a child, but I began to understand as I grew older. Because I'm like, I see why they kept that in the basement. Meaning, if you never went in their basement, you would never know who they are. So on the surface, they appear to be these people who's going to church every Sunday. You know, they're pillars in their community. They're helping everybody out as much as they can. So you will really look at these people as just nice church-going people, right? Because that's what you see them doing. But it's what you don't see. And I'm like, damn, this really triggered really who I am to this day as I'm thinking about it. I'm like, damn, why am I the way I am? I'm like, I see why. Because they put this shit right in my face. And it's like your consciousness just begins to spin. Like, what does all this mean? Because I'm seeing people go to church and pray to a white Jesus, pray to saints, anybody and everybody who don't look like us, right? This is all I was seeing. But when you go into the basement, they're like, oh, they know exactly who they are. They're not blinded by this illusion because here is the evidence. Here is all the stuff that you're not supposed to be dealing with, and it's right here in their home, and you're not supposed to be fucking with none of this. So that really put things into perspective of just because you see somebody doing something on the surface, that don't mean that that's who they are at all. But we know this already, right? It can be pastors still involved with the streets. It can be street people involved in community efforts, right? To help the kids and all type of shit, right? Most of the time that really is the case. So we see this oxymoron. We see these contrasts of, we see what people, or you can just say white supremacy. we see the direction that they want you to go in. Of course, they want you to accept white Jesus. Of course, they want you to accept that. Of course, they want you to accept their religion with their false gods and their false history. Of course, they want you to do that. But then we know, for some of us, that just makes no goddamn sense. And for the people it do make sense to, they basically have learned to look beyond the color. Meaning they know that, okay, they look at it as a metaphor. Jesus is a metaphor. The image is bullshit, but the teachings are legit. That's basically the next level to that. So you got people who are just completely foolish, don't know better. Then you got the people who are like, I know this is bullshit, but the teachings come from us. You can say, even though it's a white Jesus, this is black teachings. So whether we want to call it Bible, Quran, Torah, all this is black teachings. Kabbalah, all this occult stuff, right? All right, cool. Then the level above that is I guess these people are a lot more radical. Meaning if you actually start putting up the black Christ in the church and all that, but you know, the reason why you don't really see that is because now you're going to lose government assistance. You're going to lose government assistance. What do I mean by that? What's up, TK? What's up, Blue Mahogany Queen? What's the meaning of 93? 93 is something that was channeled from our ancestors. What do I mean by that? 93 isn't something that Aleister Crowley invented. You know, contrary to popular belief, Crowley really didn't do much in terms of inventing anything. He just expounded on the ideas he was given by the ancestors, the black ancestors, which that's what he says with his own words. Awas was a black man. That's his own words, right? So this is another reason why that's what this whole Thelemic shit is about. Because we know most people are not going to reveal that. That's why they called him the wickedest man. He actually revealed the secret, which he was not supposed to do. What's the secret? All this is black science. We can put whatever white faces we want to put on it, but none of this was invented in Europe. It predates all these things, okay? We know this, right? We have the history to back up all this. This is not really nothing new to us at this point, but it was a certain point when this was not common knowledge. We take it back 100 years ago. This wasn't really common knowledge. It's just common to us now because we have access to the internet. Majority of us who are enlightened is because of the internet, right? Let's just not fool ourselves. Unless you was a person who would just in the library every day, reading books physically, then even if you bought a book, let's just say from Amazon, you still got it through the internet, or you still learned about it through the internet. So the internet can be a gift. I'm not going to say it can be. It is a gift and a curse, like everything else. Like everything else. But let me continue with the meaning of 93 comes from Awas, whose intelligence superseded that of a regular human being. These are the words of Aleister Crowley. So, meaning when you read the book of the law, and I know you haven't read it because you wouldn't be asking that. Or I understand it depends on what level you're on. If you just read it and you don't really understand the history behind it, then it probably doesn't make sense. And there's a lot of secret codes within the book of the law But that's just based on the level you're on. Some things are just not going to be understood right off the gate. Some things take time. How do I know I've been doing this shit for 10 goddamn years? Right? So if you look at my videos 10 years ago, you're not going to see. I don't really know secrets of the Lima because I was just getting into it. I'm just fucking around with the deck. It's only recently, like 2020 and beyond, I'm like, oh, I began to really integrate with what the fuck is going on here. So I'm not gonna say that I just have always known these things. Nope. I just had to integrate. So the same thing when people say you have to integrate with your shadow, I just integrated with the teachings of Awas, who is the priest of Hippocrates. All right. Now that probably makes no sense to you. If you didn't read the book of the law, you don't even know who Hippocrates is. All right. So basically, what I'm saying is, these are ancient numerology codes because there are several codes in the book of the law. Another code is 416, not 416, 418. Another code is 39, so it's not just 93, it's also 39, it's also 418. If you read the book of the law, there's several numbers or several codes because the average person looks at this as numbers and numbers have no meaning. So of course, like, oh, what's 93? 9 doesn't mean anything, 3 doesn't mean anything. Well, that's what it means for somebody who hasn't given meanings to the numbers. If you have given meanings to the numbers, you know 9 plus 3 gives you 12. And we know the 12 takes you into various things. 12 zodiac signs, the 12 tribes. 12 will connect you to a lot of things. So that's just using correspondence. Then we understand 9 to be Mars if we take it to numerology. 3 is Jupiter. What happens when you combine the forces of Mars and Jupiter? Now, is this a question most people ask themselves? Nope. Because they don't know the qualities of Mars or Jupiter. So you can't even ask yourself certain questions without even knowing the qualities of the occult. Which is why I always say, if you don't memorize this shit, you don't really know it. The only reason I can really ask questions that nobody else asks is because I memorized it. It comes from within me. I'm not reading a book or reading what somebody else said and I'm trying to figure out what they mean by it. All this just rotates in my consciousness. Then I'm always asking because I always need to verify what does this stuff actually mean, and I need to be able to bring it back to my own self. How does this connect to me? Not just what it means. How does it connect to me? I'm always decoding and deciphering these things. Because if I'm not doing that, then I'm not doing my due diligence. Meaning, why would I come in the name of 93 and I don't want to live up to what that means? Now, it may mean something different to somebody else, right? However, these people don't really make themselves known. That's the difference between them and me. You don't even know who they are, right? We don't know who the super masters of the Lima is. They don't make themselves known. They stay in the shadows. You don't even know who these people are, if they even exist. Right? So you can really say I'm doing the same thing Crowley did by revealing things that simply remain hidden by the powers that be. Whether we want to call them the 10% or whatever the fuck y'all want to call it, right? I shouldn't be revealing these things at all because you see, they don't. all the stuff that I reveal on this channel, they don't. They may talk around it, but they're not. I don't think nobody has revealed the type of shit I revealed. Nobody. It's not that they don't know. I'm not going to say I'm the smartest person on the planet. I'm just willing to reveal what nobody else is willing to reveal. Meaning, if you really study the works, you have all the power in the world. But I also understand that I must be an example. It's not enough for me to speak. I have to show and prove. That's another thing that everybody doesn't feel that way. Right? Everybody doesn't feel that way. I need to be the example of what I teach. Everybody doesn't feel that. Some people are just fine teaching whatever they teach and not being the example in which people should strive towards. So I understand my perspective is a little different than anybody else who claims 93. But again, I don't even know who the fuck these people are. And I'm talking about before me, not people after me. Because when I started talking about 93, it was impossible to even find the shit on the internet or on YouTube. Right? You didn't have no thelemic teachers on YouTube. It's not that people don't know, they just wasn't teaching it. They was keeping it to themselves, which is a part of their nature. Of course they're going to keep it to their damn self, right? However, I just chose not to. And here we are 1,000 videos later of me just choosing to reveal things that other people just simply will not. So in the process of doing that, the connection is tweaking. Alright, so we're still having connection issues here. If you're having connection issues, press 2. If you're just fine, press 1. I just want to do this to make sure everything is being heard. If anybody is having connection issues, just press the number 2. If you're just fine, press the number 1 before we continue. So if I have to reset, I'll hit the reset button. So everybody's good. So why the fuck is people having connection issues? I don't know why. This is like the second person I'm having. So I don't know. Anyway, because I was the one willing to reveal the shit, I was able to go deeper than the people that even know it. Imagine that. Imagine that. Because I discovered, not nobody told me, I discovered that this law must be taught. It's not enough for you to know. It's not enough for you to know. You have to teach. You have to be the example. This is what I discovered. So I'm like, well, they're not doing that because we don't know who they are, and they're just wherever they are. I don't even know if they're teaching this shit. Like, I done seen a couple websites online that's like dedicated to Thelema. They may put the book of the law up on there. They may put their perspectives on there. But you can't connect with them like this. Just because a person is writing articles on their website, you can't see them in real time and really get to feel their energy. They're not doing this. I don't even think to this day, really. I've only seen a handful of people really teach Thelema, straight Thelema. I've only seen a handful of people. I can count them on one hand, if that. People whose whole channel is dedicated to Thelema. That's not really a reality on YouTube now, is it? It wasn't until I did it. I'm saying all that to say, not to toot my own horn, but the question was asked, well, what does 93 mean? And I feel like I am what 93 means. The number three is Jupiter. The number three is Jupiter. Jupiter is the teacher. Jupiter is the philosopher. Okay? So through Jupiter, we understand the arts of philosophy. We understand, well, how do you convey these teachings to those who wish to learn? Which you see I do. That's why I even have a fucking YouTube, right? So I stay on Jupiter time. That's why I come back and I'm always teaching and just revealing my thoughts, my philosophy, right? That's all I'm doing that all the time, right? No question about that. What are you doing when you add the nine to it? We know nine is Mars. Mars is a malefic energy, meaning it's demonic. Okay? Mars is a demonic energy. So not only am I teaching, I'm teaching from the dark side. Is that not what this whole fucking channel is? All right then. So when a person asks me what does 93 mean, I'm like, all right, well, just take a look at what I've been doing for 10 fucking years, which is what nobody else is doing. Because nobody else, and again, I'm just speaking on the level of putting themselves out there in this fashion. They're not doing it. Because clearly 93 means something different to them. So I'm not saying this is just the ultimate meaning of 93. I just know it makes sense to me. All right? So 93 means you embody the philosophy in which you teach, which is a malefic philosophy, as we call demonic. You embody the philosophy of the demonic, of the malefic. That's what you're doing. I'm like, shit, that's what the fuck I've been doing the whole time. So even before I was saying 93, because I ain't been saying 93 the whole time. This is more so, I guess, the last 2-3 years maybe. But I was already 93 before I even was saying it because of the actions. My actions made me 93. So if you ask me, well, what is 93? What makes you 93? Your actions make you 93. Your philosophy makes you 93. You understand the philosophy of the devil, of the demons, of the malefic energies, as we call Clipoffic, tree of death. You understand how these things work. And you also understand this is why most people will never even speak about these things, because they are either afraid of it or they don't want other people to know what they're really into. I just didn't give a fuck. I'm like, I don't give a fuck that the world knows that I'm into this dark ass shit. What are you gonna do? Meaning I had to essentially get over the fear of death. Because we always hear about people dying and stupid shit happening to people when they do things like this, right? Yes, you are activating the chaos. So a lot of people get hit with the fucking chaos. The difference between me is I produce my own chaos. I'm like, I'm going to put myself in a chaotic situation. Life is not going to put me in a chaotic situation. I'm doing it. Which is essentially what you've seen on this channel. Me putting myself in very peculiar situations and finding a way out of it. So nothing ever bad happened to me. The bad happened. I can't even say it happened. I caused it to happen, which is what magic is, right? So while people was trying to make good things happen in their life, they're trying to manifest positive shit. I was manifesting the malefic energy within my own life. Let me manifest the darkness. Let me manifest the shadow. Let me manifest the dark side. So while everybody else is trying to do the exact opposite of that, I'm doing this. I'm mastering what it means to carry malefic energy, which a person would call themselves cursed if the average person who don't know how to put these things together, they would think they're cursed. If I didn't have this knowledge, I would think I'm cursed. The only reason I'm like, oh, it's actually not that. You're just dealing with malefic energy. You have to master malefic energy. That's what you came here to do. That's not what nobody else came here to do. That's what you came here to do. And then reveal what you learned. What exactly did you learn when you became the philosophy, not studied the philosophy? You lived it out. What was revealed to you in the times of you living out the philosophy? And that's all I document here on this channel. These are the things I come to the awareness of by unlocking the malefic energy. So that's my definition of 93. You ask anybody else, they probably would say something else. But again, you can't really ask these people because where the fuck are they? That's the whole thing. You can at least ask me. You can at least engage with me. You can't engage with these motherfuckers. So fuck them. That's my perspective. Like, fuck them. Like, yo, you not even available for me to question you. At least you can question me. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Explain. You can ask me to explain. You can ask me to elaborate. You can't ask them. They're nowhere to be found. They're off the grid. And at the time, I was off the grid, but I was still making YouTube. So technically, I guess I wasn't off the grid. But give me 1 second. Let me go get some water. I know my throat is kind of... Let me get some water. I'll be right back. It gets so deep that even the job that I work for, as you see this goddamn safety vest, even the job that I work for, it breaks down to the energy of the devil with Capricorn, right? This is how I know this shit is real, because I'm like, all right, this is not just a street thing, because I'm like, all right, y'all didn't see me navigate these streets. I've been all over the fucking country. You didn't see me do that, right? Now, even the company I work for takes me directly into the energy of the devil. It's even to the point where we be joking about that shit at work, but I'm like, all right, today I gotta go to the pits of hell. We even talk like that. Like, oh, you gotta go all the way in the back. You gotta go to the pits of hell. Oh, they gonna really fuck with you, all right? We talk like oh, we because we know, all right? So this is how I know, like, okay, while most people was thanking God, I just did the numerology. I'm like, oh, it seems like this was a gift from the devil. Imagine that. Seems like I've been blessed by the goddamn devil. Imagine that. Because every time I navigate these energies up, this is malefic energy here. So is it a coincidence that I find myself at a location that pays me and it's for me to master malefic energy? Imagine that. I'm like, damn, this is just a continuation of what I've been doing. This ain't something, okay, I gotta completely do some other shit. Now I gotta be on angel time. Like, no, they actually, now I just get paid to be on demon time. Because that's all it is. That's all it is. I'm like, oh, this is just demon energy. This is where I master the dark arts. So while most people got to cut that shit off when they go to work, I'm cutting the shit on. It's to the point where I'm meeting more and more people that are spiritual. Meaning, like I didn't, like for the first time in my life, I met somebody else that knew about Brother Panic. Right? I believe his funeral was yesterday. Or they had a little celebration for him, or a big celebration. I don't want to call it little. But I know somebody in work, they knew who he was. I'm like, that's the first time that I've met somebody who just said that. The only reason they said anything to me because I was wearing the Baphomet pin, which I'm sure I showed you on this channel before. I don't have it now because I gave it to them. I'm like, that's your energy. I also remember I had the Medusa chain, not the chain, the pin. Again, it's like I'll be giving that shit away because I'm like, I see the energy in other people. I see the energy in other people, and I'm like, this is you. Take it. This is you. Take it. I just be giving this shit away because hold on, turn this back on. Sorry about that. So this is essentially what I'm seeing. This is what I'm decoding, right? So I'm like, even in the job now, I'm like, this is all I do. I'm just more sophisticated with my demon energy now. That's all. It's just teaching the arts of, as we call business. Now I just have a hardcore business mind now. I had a softcore business mind before. That's how I know how to do the YouTube and all the technical stuff. Now I'm just developing a more hardcore version of that. Anyway, I don't want to get too I probably should get deep into it because I'm like, this is what it means when you actually live this shit out. I'm like, yo, this is actually I see this playing out in my own life. So this ain't just I get on YouTube and I talk about shit that's not happening. You see, I get on YouTube and I'm always talking about shit that's going on. Even the location I'm at right now, I'm technically in hell. Right? I'm surrounded by a bunch of madness. But because I am the madness, every time I come around, the shit is like, you would never know that. Because the madness don't be happening around me. I may leave the area, now that some madness pop off. But when I'm in the area, but I'm like, all right, well, you are the king of the underworld. I accept that too. Why do I say I'm the king of the underworld? Because that's the energy that came to me. That's what made me spiritual. Which I told the story before, right? The spirit came to me and revealed his name to me, and the name connected to the Lord of the Underworld. So, which was an Egyptian energy. So, is it really a coincidence that I am a part of Thelema, which represents the Egyptian currency, the Kemetic currency, which is just in alignment with the very first energy that made itself known to me to let me know that spirituality was real? The only reason I know spirituality is real is because of a direct experience that happened to me by an Egyptian deity. I've also been contacted by Anubis. I've been contacted by Set. I've been contacted by a lot of Egyptian energy. So, that's just what I honor because these are the energies that came to me, and it ain't because I was fucking asking for it. This motherfucker just ran up on me, kidnapped my ass. I'm like, oh, it's time for you to wake the fuck up. It wasn't really a choice. So it was these energies are aggressive. So Thelema just introduces you to darker Egyptian or Kemetic energies. That's all it is. However, can I expect somebody else to have that same connection I have? Probably not. Because I've been connected with the Egyptian currency since I was a teenager. Again, just playing Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm like, yo, I really like this shit. Was I the only one doing it? Of course not. But eventually that evolved into me dealing with the tarot cards. So I went from Yu-Gi-Oh cards to tarot cards because I was already familiar with how this shit works. Now, does every Yu-Gi-Oh playing person start dealing with tarot cards? Absolutely not. I just so happen to evolve into the tarot cards. And then through evolving through the tarot, I realized, oh, the tarot is just describing real energy. All these energies are living energies. These are real intelligence that you can actually connect with. So this is really a story about you. The journey through the tarot is a journey through your own chambers of consciousness. I'm like, okay. So it's just the Lima just put it all together. That's why it's called the law. The law is, as we call, the universe card or the world card, where everything comes together. You can see the full picture. The Lima just shows you the full picture. That's all it does. That's why it's called the law of the universe. Here is a full picture. So while everybody is just giving you little bits and pieces, here is the whole thing. So you can say that's a good thing or a bad thing depending on the type of person you are. Some people need things in bits and pieces. Some people can't just understand the full story of who and what they are and what they're here to do and how this has been going on for several lifetimes. And this is not your first rendezvous. You have been preparing for this for lifetimes. So when I think about my own story, I'm like, is it that I just became this fucking master because I just work harder than everybody else? It's possible. But I like to think that I have been training for this way before this. And this is not even the finish line. This is just a step on the grand letter. The letter of Jacob, as they call it, right? This is just another step on the letter of Jacob. But going back to what I first said, I feel like my whole life has been forbidden. So is it a coincidence that I find myself here? It's not a coincidence to me. But I mean, my whole life has been forbidden. I mean, I've been into the dark side the whole time. I'm from the dark side. They call it the black bottom. Detroit, Michigan is called the black bottom, meaning the lowest of the low, the most poverty of the most impoverished. I come from the darkest of the dark. And the only light I ever seen, again, was my grandparents, who were living beings, who showed that you can be more than what you see. They were literally the only ones. But that's, I'm like, okay, okay, I see. So I need to be more than my environment. I need to supersede the curses and the, as they call it, generational curses, all that shit. I need to supersede all of that because I saw the example that it could be done. So if it wasn't for my ancestors, I wouldn't even know that this was even fucking possible. That you can rise above your own circumstances, your own karma, your own shadows, and you can have control over the malefic energies. So that's why I say I'm always thanking the ancestors because it was because of them that I'm even here, that I even care about this shit. Because I could have easily been on the other side not giving a fuck about nothing. Meaning, I have the energy of a killer. I have the energy of people who do very bad things in this world. That's why I was supposed to go to the army. If the occult didn't navigate my life in a different direction, I would have went to the army. I would have been out here killing people. Maybe not in the streets, but legally. I would have been legally killing people. I know that that was my path. I wasn't nothing I was going to be able to do to stop it. The only thing that stopped me from going that direction, magic. Because at the same time of that becoming the reality, I learned meditation. And I put it in my mind, fuck the army, I'm going to California. Don't know how I'm going to get there. Don't know what the fuck is going to happen. I just know I need to be in California, the pits of hell. Because we know that the root chakra of the planet is in California. So is it a coincidence that I wanted to go to the root chakra, that I wanted to go to the underworld? Didn't know why, didn't know how I was going to get there. But I just knew, okay, I see why meditation came into my life. I need to see if this is real. I need to see if this works. That's how I know this shit works because eventually, as y'all see, I fucking ended up in California. How the fuck did that happen? And I'm like, the only thing I did was meditate. So I meditated myself out of my circumstances of being a licensed killer because that's what the fuck the result was going to be. I would have just been out here killing shit. Because I know I had that energy. How do we know? Scorpio. It's just all about death. So yes, I will be bringing death to people. That's just, as you see. Sorry about that. Shit sliding all over the place. So I knew I would be that. And I know I am that. I just had to activate it in a way and reverse, essentially. I had to apply the law of reversal, which is, who taught us that? The Lima put us on with the law of reversal. What does that do? Instead of me bringing death, how about I actually resurrect from the dead? That requires me to be a necromancer. You see how that works? And that's essentially what I did. I'm like, okay, well, instead of me killing people, why don't I resurrect people from the dead? Why don't I try to do the impossible? It's not even tried. The impossible is possible. You just gotta put yourself up to doing it. Everybody always does something impossible that the previous generations or people thought was impossible. But somebody's always doing the impossible. You just have to be willing to deal with what comes with doing the impossible, which is essentially the chaos. Meaning when you're the first one to walk into this new field and nobody else knows the potential of this new field, you are going to be the one that takes all the licks until it makes sense. So everybody essentially is going to call you stupid until you prove yourself to be very intelligent, right? Until you prove yourself to be intelligent, people are going to think you're foolish. So for me, I knew that the best way for me to show and prove my intelligence wasn't being a licensed killer. It was actually resurrecting from the dead. Meaning giving life to people who feel like they don't have no life, even though they do have life, but they just don't appreciate the life that they even have. And I know, well, the only way to resurrect the dead or even to deal with dead people, you have to be necromantic, which is a malefic energy, which is why it's forbidden. You probably shouldn't engage in necromancy. Why? Because the energy is malefic, chaotic. It will come back at you. Again, as I talked about before, the dark side of the force has this kickback mechanism. So whenever you deal with the dark side of the force, there's a kickback, as we call it, consequence that comes with getting your hands dirty. Meaning doing things that they put you in league with the devil with. Meaning these things are only possible if you are familiar with the devil. That's basically what it comes down to. So if you're really out here trying to do the impossible, how do we know? Because Nikola Tesla dealt with the same thing. They called him Lucifer because he discovered hidden laws of electricity, and he just wanted to give it away to everybody in the world. Then the capitalists said, well, okay, we're not just giving this shit away for free. This is an opportunity to make unlimited money. But that's just how it goes. So you really just ask yourself, would you rather be Tesla or Edison? But that's really what it all comes down to. You're either going to be the person who knows the secrets of the universe and they're just going to try to take everything you discovered on your own and then try to capitalize off of it. Or are you going to be the one who capitalized off of it, but you didn't really do the work? Everybody else did the work. You just knew business and you knew how to bring it to the world. So the people who were doing the hard work, they understand the hard work, but they don't know how to present it to the world. They say the same thing happened with Steve Jobs, who created the iPhone, right? It's not that he did every single part of the operation. He just was the best knower. He knew how to present it to the world. So while the hard work was being done behind the scenes by other people, he knew how to bring it to the world and he did it successfully. As we see, iPhone is still the top dog. Right? It is what it is, right? So obviously he knew what the fuck to do with it. Versus the people who were actually doing the hard labor, they didn't know how to bring it to the world, but they knew how to create it. Right? They knew how to create it. But just because you are the creator doesn't make you the destroyer, essentially. That's why Shiva, in certain aspects of Shiva, he is the creator. In certain aspects, he is the preserver. In certain aspects, he is the destroyer. It's the same thing with the triple goddess. What's up, an unexpected friend? What's up, Finesse? What's up, Chief Heartbeat? So, I'm just saying all these things to say that when you decide, if you ever decide to get in tune with the malefic forces, which is either Mars or Saturn, in this particular case, we're talking about Mars. We're talking about interacting with the dead. We're talking about resurrecting the dead. What does it mean to resurrect the dead? Remember, there's a physical aspect and a metaphysical aspect. Just like alchemy. Physically is you trying to turn lead to gold. But mentally, you're doing the work mentally. You're turning a dead consciousness into a living consciousness. It's the same thing with necromancy. What do I mean by necromancy? How is it the same? Well, physically, like you're just resurrecting dead people and bringing them back to life. That's the physical perspective of it. Mentally, you're becoming in tune with the intelligence of older ancestors who will be forbidden in this world. I don't think people even consider that. Do you not consider that your ancestors would be considered devilish in today's times? Imagine somebody who was born in the times of Kemet and them being in America in 2023. Do you think that the world would be accepting of these people, or would these people look like fucking aliens because of the way that their mind works? Because they're in tune with real nature. They're not in tune with the artificial nature. They're in tune with the real deal. So will people be so quick to lay themselves before you and call you the God? Or would they curse you and call you the devil? See, even I had to go through this thing mentally. Because I come from the world of the 5%ers who calls themselves gods, the gods, right? The gods in the earth, the nation of the gods in the earth, right? So for a while, I was just being in tune with the idea of a human being being a god. And, just taking it out of the religious context and, okay, well, what does that really mean? So that's what I was doing for a while. Like, I'm the Godhead over myself, not nobody else. And that people need to be taught because they just don't know better. They need to be taught the truth, yada, yada, yada. So that's essentially where I got the idea to teach. I got it from when I was walking that path. I'm like, okay, I need to actually get out here and teach. It ain't for me to hold it in. Again, which is why I'm different than everybody else, because I actually went through these schools, and then I took the best parts of them. Like, all right, I ain't just supposed to just be out here just doing my own thing. I need to actually take time out of my day to give knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, which is what I do, right? Because at this point, I don't even have to do this shit no more, right? But I still do it because I understand it's not about me. It was never about me. I'm just the vessel. I'm just the energy of 93. But it goes a lot further than me. I'm not the end all be all. I'm just a vessel. I'm just a voice at this particular time. No problem. But that's because I wanted to be the voice, because I understood that the voice was necessary. But it required me to go into darker arts. Because when you do something that's necessary, because most people are not doing things that are necessary. What do I mean by that? Is it necessary to have a bunch of influencers? No. Is it necessary to have a bunch of what people care about now? People care about clout, right? A Chicago term. But is it necessary? No. It's artificial. So while most people are caught into the world of the artificial, what's up back from hiatus, peace? While most people are caught into the world of the artificial, you're caught into the world of the natural. But this is what I mean. Even people that consider themselves natural are not natural. That's what I figured out too. All these people are like, I'm a natural type person. I do things naturally. No, the fuck you don't. I broke that shit a long time ago. Like, nope, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. What's up, Montu93? Salute to you. That's bullshit. Most people that consider themselves natural are not natural. Why do I say that? What's my philosophy on that? Because they're just taking the best parts of being natural, which is like eating good, being about your health, just staying connected to the earth, grounding yourself with the earth. That's how they are interpreting what it means to be natural. But I'm like, okay, well, natural means to be like the ancestors, right? Because they were natural. So if to be natural is to be like the ancestors, well, their lifestyle is forbidden in 2023. They would not be able to just be outside just doing what the fuck they was doing thousands of years ago. It's not going to fly. Which is why you get the same type of resistance when you try to even do something close to that, right? That's why people don't even want to hear about this shit, let alone practice it. People have a hard time even listening versus even practicing. So if you understand that your ancestors will essentially be getting hell right now because this world has been whitewashed, the world is not natural, the world is artificial. That's why it's ran by a demiurge. The real so called God is not even known by human beings, but the devil is known. Why? And why were we taught that the devil is just this? Well, I guess it's not a lie, it is malefic energy. So I guess they're not lying about that. But we're just not taught how to master it. We're just taught to stay away from it. That's the problem. We're not taught how to master the shadow. We're told to stay away from it. But what does that create as a result? A bunch of people they feel like they deserve things. Meaning, I'm a good person. So I deserve, let's just say, I'm a good woman and I deserve a good man. I'm a good man, so I deserve a good woman. This is how most people think, which is completely fucking foolish because that's not how the world works. But the way the world works is pretty harsh. It's pretty malefic. So that's why the truth is not revealed. The real way things work is not revealed. It's not going to ever be revealed. It's even hard to hear the truth, right? The truth hurts. So if you're trying to master people, you're trying to keep them away from the truth. You're not trying to bring them towards the truth because it will hurt them physically, mentally, and spiritually. That's why you see I don't speak about none of this shit amongst people who don't ask to be spoken to because the truth is going to hurt them. They're going to be hurt by it. I'm not out here trying to hurt. I'm like, I don't even care to tell you. If you're not ready to hear it, I don't even give a fuck to tell you. Because I know it's going to hurt you, and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing by hurting you. But that's what people do. This is what I see, whether it's on the internet and real life. People feel like I just got to reveal the truth. I got to tell people. But in the midst, they end up hurting. They end up hurting people, and that's when trolls come. Now people troll you. Now people don't take you seriously. Again, we didn't see this on the internet. People trying to be truth tellers, trying to bring the truth, but they do it in such a harsh way, they create their own enemies. We've seen this happen time and time again. Everybody wants to reveal the truth, but you don't know that it hurts. We know, we just don't understand what we're really doing. Meaning, if you don't have finesse, you're going to get fucked over by your own words. And you think you was doing the right thing. Imagine that. That's the way the world works. I'm here to tell you. How you feel about it that's the way it works, though. So yeah, keep trying to go around revealing the truth. Like you're not hurting people doing that. And you wonder why they get mad at you. They don't want to fuck with you. They're like, what the fuck? You get a negative reaction when you thought you was doing something positive. Right? You get a negative reaction and you think you're doing something right. You think you're doing the right thing. I'm just doing what I came here to know. The fuck you're not. No, you're not. You should have kept your fucking mouth shut and deceived them. See, when I talk like that, I don't think you want to hear that. Instead of revealing the truth, you actually sort of misled them. Because the truth is going to make them not want to fuck with you at all. As we all been in those situations. They don't even want to fuck with you at all. So the only thing that you can do is to misguide and mislead. Now, is the average person going to do that? Nope. They're not going to do that. Because you got to be a pretty tough cookie to even understand why that's necessary. Even though we do that every day when we clock into these jobs and we put on this fake persona, even though we deceive, that's deception. You deceive every fucking day. But we look at that as normal. We don't look at it as deception because it has been accepted by the mainstream. It has been accepted by the status quo. Even though we're being deceptive every day, all day, but because it's accepted, we don't look at it as that. But that's exactly what we're doing. We are misleading people when we put on a nice voice, the white voice, because we know that that's how we're going to get paid. That's deception. But deception puts money in your pocket. That's the way the world works. Which is why most people don't have the money that they feel they need, because they're not out here deceiving and misleading. They're out here trying to be, I guess, close to God. All right? But that's not going to necessarily put money in your pocket. So you have to make decisions. And we know the average person is going to make the wrong decision when it comes to this, but I don't think you're the average person, so that's why we're having the conversation now, aren't we? Sometimes it is better to mislead, as we call lead astray, than to reveal the truth. Because the truth is only going to hurt them and you. Because now you're not able to even accomplish what you set out to accomplish. You actually did the opposite. How do we end up doing the opposite when that's what we're supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be out here telling the truth. We're supposed to be out here helping people and doing the right thing and being a good Samaritan. We're supposed to be doing these things. We're supposed to have morals and principles and all this. People were just doing that to satisfy their own ego. I'm going to tell you the truth. Fuck it. People do it to satisfy their own ego. That's the only reason they even give a fuck. It's if you're doing good things to get into heaven, that's selfish. I don't give a fuck. Because that's how most people are just out here helping people because they feel like they're going to be rewarded for it in the next life. They're not doing it because they have no attachment to the result. They are very attached to the result, which makes it a form of deception. But they're not going to tell you that now, are they? You deceive when you do anything expecting a result. But when you read the books of the Lima, it says you manifest without even thinking about the result. Why are we hearing something different in the Lima than what most people are doing? Manifest without giving a fuck about the result. Versus manifest because you want a certain result. Do this if you want this. Deceive if you want money in your pocket. So, even though we do these things every day, we don't consider ourselves negative or bad people, but we are. Oh well. Does that mean you're going to hell now? Because you deceive every day? You lie every day? Some people lie every day. Some people deceive every day. Some people manipulate every single day. Do you think these people consider themselves bad or negative or toxic, as we call now? Nope. But they do it every day. And because it's accepted, we feel like we can get away with it. But you're not really getting away with anything. Because the truth hurts. All right? That's why it does nothing for you. You can say being a real nigga, being a real bitch, people being true to the game, true to the streets. Okay, go ahead. So why is the street so malefic? If it's a bunch of true people, it's a bunch of real niggas in there. It's a bunch of real niggas in these streets. It's a bunch of real bitches in these streets. So why is the streets so treacherous if it's controlled and ran by a bunch of real people? Unless there's something we're missing here. Why is the most treacherous places filled with a bunch of people who claim to be real? The people who claim to be real, to me, it seems that they are the most treacherous. It seems that the people who are not claiming to be real aren't really engaging in the treachery. And that's a part of the reason why I don't really even call myself God. I'm quicker to say I'm the devil than I'm God now. Because I see this, and this is just the reality of things. I'm like, I don't even give a fuck to identify as God. Because of how much bullshit that is attached to that. I'm like, it don't do shit for me anymore. It doesn't raise my ego. It doesn't do like, oh, you're a God of the universe. So fucking what? I still got to deal with the truth though. That this devilish energy is real too. The devil is real. As you know, if you study 120, it's not just telling you about God, it's also telling you about the devil. Why is it necessary for you to know both of those? If God is the all supreme, why the fuck does the devil matter? Well, according to 120, the devil was created just to keep you on your goddamn toes. Does that make God wicked because God created a situation and put you in a situation to keep you on your toes? Is that a wicked act? Some people may say, oh, that was an act of love. Whenever it comes to God, God can do no wrong. So they will justify any and everything, even though whole nations have been wiped out. People were just so corrupted that they just needed to be wiped off the planet, which I don't fucking believe. Because why is America still here? We're supposed to be the most wickedest country to ever exist in history. We are the most treacherous. I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie to you because I know this is the truth. Oh, fucking well. I'm an American and I'm going to tell you that we are not the most saintliest people. We're probably the most demonic people on this planet. Okay? I don't feel no type of way saying that. Why? What the fuck I'm supposed to do? Just not look at the fucking evidence of what we have done in the whole world, not just on our soil, but everybody else's soil. We think we just top dogs, this treachery. We are the most treacherous. It is what it is. And you see, because we are the most treacherous, somehow that made us number one. Now everybody fucking hates America, especially at this point. I guess ever since Biden, or even before Biden, because a lot of people don't like Trump either, so people start hating America. With Trump, then Biden, oh, they just hated even. People just, they're like, we don't even want to fuck with y'all. We about to create our own currency. We don't want nothing to do with you. You just let people die. You just use people as pawns. You absolutely right. We're just playing the game correctly. That's why we're on top. That's why we're the best. Because we are actually just in tune with what the fuck we're supposed to really be doing, which is malefic. We are the heads when it comes to the malefic energy. If you want to be positive, take your ass to Tibet. If you want to just meditate and be free and be up in the mountains, take your ass to Tibet. Because that's where the crown chakra of the planet is. I told you the root chakra is in California, but the crown chakra is in Tibet. So if you feel like you just don't want to deal with the treachery, then take your ass to Tibet. And you don't have to deal with it. Take your ass up in the mountains, and you ain't got to deal with it. They'll take care of you. But if you choose to be down here with these demons and these devils who's running shit, if that's a decision you decide to make, then you got to play by a different set of rules. Because, as you see, You can be in Tibet and people look at you as if you're a monk, they look at you as spiritual. That's why they give you money. Oh, he's spiritual. She's spiritual. That's why they give him money. It's not the same over here now, is it? We call them people bums. So over here, we look down on those people. We want to step on those people. Fuck those people. We drive and walk right past them. Every now and then, you may have somebody with a so-called good heart. Give them a couple dollars. But we see the majority of the people don't give a single fuck about you trying to be spiritual, you doing the right thing, you living off the land, you doing everything that they essentially do over there in Tibet. But you get no love for it here because we are the complete opposite. The crown, you can say, is opposite than the root. So if you decide, it ain't even that you decide, you just chose to be here in the wicked part of the planet, or as the 5%ers call it, in 120 lessons, it's called the poor part of the planet. You decided to reincarnate on the poor part of the planet, the devil's part, the most wickedest part. That's a decision that you made before you was born. So that means you don't get to be spiritual and do what these other people do, law of attraction. That's Tibet. Take your ass to Tibet and do that shit. You're fine. But if we just want to be real, you don't get to play that shit over here. Because even the people that's like into that, like it's like celebrities that's into that, right? Oh, sorry about that. Celebrities and shit. You know, who talk about manifestation, who talk about whatever the fuck it is that they talk about, positive energy, positive thoughts. But these people are not anything to strive to be like. As we know, Hollywood is very demonic, very wicked. The music industry, very demonic, very wicked. These are not people that we should strive to be like. Because you have no idea what they had to do to get to the position that they're in, to talk to you about manifestation and law of attraction. But you have no idea what they had to do. How much of their soul they had to sell to even say that to you. How many things they had to do that they didn't want to do to tell you that. So, of course, they're going to continue to make you believe that the way out of this bullshit is through positive efforts and positive thinking, manifestation, law of attraction. White magic, essentially. Healing magic, essentially. We all need healing. We gotta heal the inner child. They're gonna continue to hit you with this bullshit that our ancestors wasn't talking about. You think okay. You think our ancestors were talking about healing their inner child? You really think that that's the type of time they was on? You think that that's why they're hated? Why they wanted to delete our whole history? You think they don't want to teach you about your ancestors because they were weak people? Because they'll tell you about slavery, but they're not going to tell you when you was on top. They'll tell you about when you was on the bottom, when you forgot who the fuck you was. They'll tell you all about that. But when you was on top, they don't want to teach you that. They don't want to tell you that. That we just been here so goddamn long, we rise and then we descended. Because we just been here. This like we just fucking ancient just by being here, right? And because we have been here so long, we don't get to do what everybody else do. The newer races and the newer people, they can be positive. They can be law of attraction. They can embody that and they can live that out all they want. No problem. But when you have an ancient energy, that means your energy is malefic to other people. You are the curse while they're the gift. Which is why so many of our people run to, other types of people. We think, well, they're better. But that's what's been happening the whole time, right? Every time a new type of people are introduced to people who are basically just tired of each other, Of course, they're going to put these new people on a pedestal. We've been doing that. That's why we're in the situation we're in now. Because we're just so ancient. We just tired of each other. That's why there's all these problems in the so-called black community. We're just fucking tired of each other. We just been here too damn long. So that's why it's easy for people to, date outside their race and do a lot of things that other races will not do. They're like, no, you got to keep everything inside the race. You got to be. They're not saying every person is like that, but that's the way that the tradition is. They want to keep everything in the house. They don't really want outsiders inside at all. So whenever they bring outsiders, they're looking at you crazy. But you can bring outsiders and everybody's looking at you like, oh, it's about time. We're just old as fuck. To the point where that's why we really hate each other. Right? That's why we really hate each other. That's why we kill each other in the streets. Because we're just tired of each other. We're just fucking ancient. So, of course, we want to make it about everything else. It's because we don't have any opportunities. There's no jobs. No, we just hate. Just being so goddamn old. We've been dealing with these same energies, right? Because the only way to create a new type of energy, it has to come from you. That's why when hip hop was created, you see it had to come from us. It couldn't come from anybody else. Now, you can say other people, once they seen what was going on, they added to it. But when it was being sparked, they was not around because it wasn't accepted. It was forbidden. That's why I keep saying hip hop in its original manifestation was forbidden. You was not hearing that shit on the radio. You was not going to popular places and mainstream places and hearing no goddamn hip hop music. It was forbidden. You can only hear it in the hood, essentially. The only place hip hop was allowed in its infancy was in the hood. You had to go to the hood to hear hip hop. All right? So that's why even now when I think about like everybody, not everybody, but let's just say if you were born in the hood, your whole idea is to get out of the hood and to go somewhere that you don't have to deal with a bunch of hood shit. But hood shit is just ancient shit. So it's like you really don't want to deal with yourself because all these other people are just like you. You just don't want to accept yourself. That's where the hate comes from. So of course you're going to hate everybody around you. You don't want to accept the monolithic essence that you embody. Because when you do accept the monolithic essence that you embody, now all of a sudden being in the hood is not as bad as, well, somehow you're not the one getting shot. Somehow you're not the one that's falling victim to all of these vices that everybody else can't seem to supersede. You're not the victim. Even though you're in the same place all these other victims are from or currently located, but you never yourself became a victim. Why not? Because you just don't have a victim mentality. Before anything physically happens to you to make you a victim, you had to already have that mentalism embedded it in the subconscious. That you just need help. So you create situations that you have to be helped. But Elijah Muhammad told us to do for self, which basically destroys that victim mentality. Like, all right, well, it's on me now. It's not nobody else's responsibility. I'm not waiting on reparations. I'm not waiting for the world to get his mind right so they can see who I really am. Fuck all of it. That's why Tupac said, fuck the world. Did he not say it? They just didn't understand why he said it. They think it was bullshit. Fuck the world as in, I'm not waiting for the world to accept me. That's why Tupac is forever remembered, legendary. His energy was, I'm not going to wait for the world to catch up to what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to accomplish here. The world is not going to understand me. The world is going to make me the demon, which they made him, right? Oh, he was doing bad things with women. He went to jail for 8 months. So a lot of the people, even to this day, I didn't heard people. They're like, Tupac is cool, but he wasn't really friendly to women, so I don't fuck with him. I've heard this recently, like this year type shit. So that shit still lingers. A lot of people don't fuck with him because they think that he was, mistreating women. Even though he continues to say, like, yo, there's no evidence I violated this woman at all. You went to jail 8 months. Guess what? That's just gonna stick. That's just gonna linger, right? So that's why he became even more prolific when he got out of jail. That's when we know the death row Tupac. That's why it's just a perfect example if you understand what you're really looking at. Remember, Tupac was all about black power, black consciousness, being with the black woman. He was all that before he went to jail. Everything that all these conscious people try to be like, he was that. I'm gonna do for the community. I'm not gonna, act bougie with the people that know me. He wasn't even charging people, to do certain favors. He was doing favors just because you had the same skin color as he did. You could say at one point he really did love his people, but his people hated him. That's why his people brought him down, and then he became aware of the real law. That's why they killed him. Because then he began to reveal the truth when he became a part of death row. That's when people began not to like him. Like, oh, this motherfucker is... He was already over the top. Now he is over the top. But he just became more forbidden in how he approached his life. Once he realized, like, damn, the people that I love so much hate me. They were the ones that brought me down. Again, it was a black woman that said he raped her. It wasn't some white woman somewhere. It was a black woman. It was black men who were trying to kill him. That's when he got shot the first time in Quad Studios. By people that looked like him. He didn't get shot by no white people. So he just began to realize, like, damn, all of this fucked up shit that's happening to me, it's always some goddamn niggas around that really don't fuck with me. Now, he gets out of jail. Now you begin to see him with Madonna, this white woman, right? Something that he would have never did before. Now in his music, now he's not just talking about black power and black empowerment. Now he's talking some gangster shit. Now he just on ultimate fuck the world. It was fuck the world, but he was still trying to be consciousness before. He was still trying to be conscious before. So yeah, it's fuck the world. It's fuck these cops, but I still want to show that I have love for my people. So I'm going to still make songs like Dear Mama, Brenda's Got a Baby. I'm still going to make, those type of songs just to like, okay, I'm not completely gone here. But after jail, there was no more Dear Mamas, no more Brenda's Got a Baby. Now it's just the truth that, that's why the music was so popular. This was the most popular music of the time. Death Row, Snoop Dogg, Tupac, All Eyes on Me, Doggy Style. These were just, we're just talking about numbers. The numbers that these type of records was doing was, Death Row was worth, I think, $500 million at one point, at their peak. At their peak, it was worth $500 million. So they were doing numbers that just simply had not been done before historically. They was just breaking all type of rules. Why? Because the truth was being revealed. That's why even I said years ago, the Tupac All Eyes on Me album is the most occult album. I was talking about that when I was making the videos Machiavelli. Was it Machiavelli Magic Part 1 and Part 2? I did 2 parts to that. So I was already, that's why also he changed his name to Machiavelli. So he was like, yo, I have to completely change who I am. I can no longer be referred to as Tupac. I'm Machiavelli now. I'm just giving you the perspective of why these things happen and how they parallel exactly what we go through. And he just took it to the max because he had more courage than the average person. So he was able to go further than what most people go. So they don't get to those levels of like, all right, I was on fuck it mode, but now I'm really on fuck it mode. They don't go that far. You know, they're thinking about the children that they have. They ain't trying to go to jail. So the average person will stop himself before they get to that point. He didn't have to stop. He didn't have children, right? Like a lot of responsibilities that the average person have, he didn't really have to deal with that. So he was able to take it to the max. But this is what I mean by you come to a point where, damn, everything I thought spiritual was bullshit. This is what happened to me. I'm like, damn, this is all bullshit. Not that the teachings are fake, but the way they are presented is just so watered down. It's like you can't do nothing with this shit. They took out the real, again, the necromancy, the black magic. Now you're only being taught white magic. It's not okay to teach black magic now, right? So everything has just been watered down to the point where people really think they're doing something because all they know is white magic. They don't know nothing about the dark arts because they feel like, why do I need to know about that? Well, why did Tupac need to exist? Why did that energy need, why did a King Von need to exist? Let's bring it up to recent history. Why did a King Von need to exist? Why did we need to see somebody who came from the underworld directly, did everything that was possible in the underworld, and then basically mastered the streets, then mastered the industry to the point where he would have been the biggest. No question about it. It was nobody who was coming with that type of energy. So yeah, he definitely would have been on top of the game. There's just no question about that. But you see all the things that came with it. Now you're getting set up by your own people. Tupac set up by his own people. Seems like the best of us, the ones who really get this shit, end up getting taken out by our own people. So then you wonder why here and now, I mean, now it's just all about devil shit. I don't even want to talk about no God shit because I didn't see too many of us get taken out. And I just refuse to just give that energy out like that's the solution. It's not the solution. You don't really hear people saying Satan is the solution, the devil is the solution, Lucifer is the solution. But when they called Nikola Tesla Lucifer, you know how he responded to that? For those who read the documentation, do you know how he responded when they called him Lucifer? No, they actually, it actually was the devil. Then he said he prefers Lucifer. So they were basically calling him devil where they was calling him Satan. He was like, I prefer Lucifer. So that was his words. I actually prefer to be called Lucifer. Do you think Luciferians take heed to what he said? Or are they just doing whatever the fuck they're doing? Because he was a true Luciferian. And he understood he was. That's why he didn't mind being called that. You call the average person Lucifer, they're not going to like that at all. But how does somebody like Nikola Tesla actually accept that? Like, oh, you know what? I am that. And don't give a fuck about it. And this was over 100. This was in the 1800s. This was in the 1800s. It's a long ass time ago. So I'm just giving you a perspective of the best of us really don't have no problems with malefic energy because we already know how people work. If it ain't from God, it's from the devil. And if it's from the devil, it's wrong. And you need to get the fuck out of here. That's how the average person thinks. But the truest of us know that, okay, well, while everybody else is trying to get blessings from God, I'm seeking blessings from the devil. You're trying to be an actor, you're trying to be a part of the music industry, you're trying to do anything where the devil rules, then you probably should be calling upon the devil instead of God. The fuck, God is not protecting you in those worlds. You're not being protected in those worlds because you don't even understand where you are. Even on the job. Pray to God on the job and see if your boss take their foot out your ass. Pray for it. And see if it works. See if it works. I want to get paid 40 hours and only work 1 hour. See if it works. Seems like God is restricted from certain areas, which really wouldn't make no sense, right? God is supposed to be the all-encompassing. It seems like certain areas he don't give a fuck about, or she doesn't give a fuck about, or it doesn't give a fuck about. So until you become comfortable with malefic forces, you're just going to be out here not really doing much, which is what everybody else is doing, right? You really think people out here summoning demons like they say they are? Because if you're really working with demons, you should be able to have some demon knowledge. What are they teaching you? Even YouTube. How many people are saying what was revealed to me came directly from demons? I didn't heard God. I didn't heard spirits. I didn't heard the Most High. I didn't heard higher self. I didn't heard everything else but that. What I'm telling you was revealed to me by a demon, by a devil, by a Lucifer, by a Satan, by some clip-offic underworld spirits that have no name. That's who told me what I'm about to tell you. How often are you hearing shit like that? You're not really hearing much of that at all. Because even spiritual people, they're still not really working with malefic energy. They're trying to stay away from it. So like in a sense, you're doing the same thing that religious people do. So in a sense, you still are religious. Because it's the same result. It's the same result. It's keeping you away from malefic forces. So the powers that be already know that religion is dying out. People are not as religious as they used to be. They're not as patriotic or patriotic as they used to be. People are becoming more new agey, more conspiracy theorists because of the internet. The internet changed the mentality of the people because you are exposed to information you simply would not be exposed to because you have access to the internet. Because if you were just reading the daily newspapers and articles that you can only get your hands on physically, you really wouldn't know a goddamn thing. It's because we have the internet. We can log on to Twitter and see what's going on all over the goddamn. We can see what's going on all over the goddamn planet. Hold on, let me plug this charger up. Or plug the charger into the phone. Alright, hold on. So this is what I'm saying here. If we're getting the same results, you're just not calling yourself Christian or Muslim or Jewish or whatever you were born into. You're just calling yourself spiritual, but it's the same result. The dark arts is still something that you are not considering because you feel like, oh, this is, why would I do that? But I guarantee your ancestors did that. So if that's not a good enough reason for you, then it's not going to ever be a good enough reason. Because everything I look at, I'm like, were the ancestors doing this? And the answer is always, yeah. Were they practicing the occult? Yes, they were. So why wouldn't I practice what they practice? Because we have access to it. Because again, it's the internet, right? We got access to everything we need to know. But again, you're not going to get the answers. It's not going to be face value. It has to become a part of you. That's when you begin to get the answers, when it becomes a part of you, because now it's coming from the inside, not the outside. It ain't because you read a book. It's because you memorized the principles, the numbers, the letters, the planets, the zodiac, the Kabbalah, the clip off. And that's just the basic set. Meaning you just have knowledge of the attributes of all these things. You understand the attributes of numbers, of planets, of zodiacs, of clip-offs, of clip-off, not clip-offs, clip-off, of Sephiroths. You understand that all these things have attributes. So there's nothing you can't understand because you understand the essence of everything. Everything is coming from one of these Sephiroth. It's just me identifying what Sephiroth it is. And once I can identify the Sephiroth it is, which the same thing you're doing with the fucking tarot, meaning everything is contained in the major arcana from 0 to 21. Everything that can possibly happen, its origins is one of these 22 attributes. So if I understand all 22 of these attributes, once I get to the minor arcana, which is the 56 cards, the elemental cards, and the court cards, which are just fusions of planets and zodiacs, which you would have mastered in the previous lesson, because 22 is 10 plus 12. 12 zodiac, 10 planets, so that's 12 zodiac, 10 planets. So if you know the attributes of the 10 and the 12, then you're going to know the attributes of the 56, which are just combinations of the 10 and the 12. Okay? So if you know the attributes of the 10 and the 12, you know the, if you know the attributes of the 10 and the 12, that gives you 22. And when you add the 22 to the 56, sorry about that. When you add the 10 with the 12, okay. When you add the 10 with the 12, it gives you 22. 22 with the 56 gives you 78, which is 78 cards in the tarot. So you have 22 base energies and then 56 combinations that arise from these base energies. So once you know these 78 dimensions, then there's nothing you can't know. You may not know everything, but there's no way you can't figure out the source of anything because you know the source or the base elements of any and all things. It's either it's one of these 22, it's one of these 10 and these 12s. And if it's not one of the base, well, it actually is one of the base, but it may be a combination. Because a minor arcana is basically the results, which is what we can perceive with our eye. So that's why when you look at the minor arcana, you see people in various emotional states, you know, with the Rider-Waite deck, for example. And then, you know, there's various other tarot decks. You know, you see people in various states, some happy states, and then some sad states, right? Some positive, some negative, everything in between. That's why we have the 4 suits. So you have essentially every experience a person can have in life. And these minor lessons, everything is there. So since we are on a physical level, it's for us to get back to the base or the source, which is what people are trying to do, whether people are trying to get closer to God or the source, the architect. What they're really talking about is these 22 principles or manifestations of the source. The source manifests itself in 22 principles. Meaning, so for us to even know the source, we have to know the 22 principles in which it manifests. It's, you can say, wholeness don't manifest. The only way for us to perceive the wholeness is to understand the 22, which is why the tarot just means wheel. The tarot doesn't mean cards like we think. Tarot means wheel. Okay? So, if tarot means wheel, WHEEL, we also know wheel can be will, WILL. So if you have WHEEL and WILL, will and will, that means your true will can be discovered within this wheel. All right? Now, did somebody tell me that? Or did I just become aware of that because I know the 22 attributes? You see what I mean? This is what I mean by you go to a level beyond books when you know it and inside of you, because now you get new revelations. You get new revelations because you live in the now. You are in the future. So even though you can say these are ancient principles, these ancient principles are not going to be speaking to you in the past, like, because those are just metaphors anyway. So even if spirits come to you, for example, in their ancient form, they're still going to tell you something relevant to the now, to the future. They're not going to, here's something you need to know about what was going on in Egypt in BC times. You're like, well, what the fuck does that got to do with me? That shouldn't really interest you unless you are interested in history to that degree. But if your ancestor had an opportunity to speak to you, I think they would rather tell you something that is relevant to the current events and the current circumstances that you face. Because you know that that's what you would do if you're thinking futuristic when you're no longer here, when you are amongst the dead, and then the ones that are connected to you are able to summon you. Are you going to tell them some shit that was going on in your lifetime, or are you going to reveal to them what they need to know for their lifetime? See, true necromancy is knowing that one day you will be amongst the same people you call upon, and that one day you will be called upon. So like, you're not just doing this just to be bad, just to be, you know, something that you think you are. This is like, okay, I will take on these same qualities at some point. This is just me becoming familiar with the territory. So not only are you becoming familiar with death, but you're also becoming familiar with new life, because you know that even in the state of death, you can spark new life within a person, which is what happens. What it happens now, right? When we read a lot of books, especially the ancient books, especially books that, you know, that we consider classic books. A lot of these classical books, the authors are dead, right? So books like Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill is amongst the dead. The Prince, Niccolo Machiavelli is amongst the dead. The Art of War, Sun Tzu is amongst the dead, right? A lot of classical books that's us tapping into the energy of someone who is no longer amongst us in the physical dimensions. So we do it all the time. That's why we leave works. So some people write books, and nowadays, and now we can make videos. These videos will exist. It's already people who are no longer amongst us, but you can still watch their videos. So you can still tap into their energy, and they're not even physically amongst us, right? That's a newer form. So now your future generations can get you in 3D form. Now they don't have to just read a letter. This letter was written by your great grandmother. All you really get to see is their handwriting, and I guess tap into their emotional state at the time. But we can't compare that to being able to, you being able to connect to the future in that sense. So then, are most people even thinking that far into it? No. They're not able to think that far into it because they don't understand the now. The now is just to prepare for the future, because you preparing for the future, you understand that your position will take place in the future, in the sense of that's why people do things like they know that they, for example, you may make certain investments that you may not benefit from till years down the line, but you're not going to not make, well, I guess that's, majority of the people don't see a point in making an investment that they're going to benefit from in 5 and 10 years, for example. You can say the average person is not going to really look at that as an opportunity. They're not going to think like, okay, yeah, I need to do that. With this little money I have, I need to make that type of investment. And then keep making that investment. We know that that's just not going to happen, because it's going to always be a reason. You can say to spend the money now or to save it and just do, save it for an emergency. In order to even perceive the future, which is just you at a different state mentally, you may be in a different state physically. Yeah, you can say, yeah. We know that the physical body replaces itself every 7 years. We know that the physical body replaces itself every 7 years. So, even in that, we are, you can say, resurrected. Because we are no longer the same, but we are the same. We're no longer the same, but we are the same. What is it that maintains the essence of who and what you are, even though you're completely different every 7 years? Some people may say it's your DNA, essentially, because your DNA is constantly, you could say, rebuilding itself. However, the only time a change is, you could say, added into the DNA code, which is essentially what causes a person to transform, which is essentially what Pluto is all about. Because you can take Pluto into the art or the realm of genetics. So if you're dealing with genetics, that requires you to study DNA, RNA, which basically holds your source code. Everything has a source code, like especially if we're talking about technology. Like Twitter has a source code, all social media has a source code, which essentially contains how it works, which is kept forbidden, is kept secretive. Only a couple things are like source codes are made available to the public. Like Android is available to the public. That's why people can make a whole bunch of variations of Androids, and that's why so many Android phones. Because the source code is public, so people can experiment within the source code. But you can't do that with Apple. You can't get the source code yet, because you're gonna run into issues trying to get access to that. I'm bringing that up to say, like, if you can understand having access to the source code of Android, and then being able to make modifications to that source code, then we understand, like, okay, well, that's the same thing that's happening on the DNA level. If you truly want to understand how the body works, you have to understand technology. Technology is more in line with how your body works than anything else. That's why we were able to create technology. The ancestors did the same thing. They had their version of technology. Sometimes it was more advanced. Sometimes it was more simple. Nonetheless, they had access to some form of technology because that's just a manifestation of what's already occurring in the human body. So if it's a manifestation of what's already occurring in the human body, DNA being the same thing as source code, that's just a way to express what's going on in the DNA. I mean, okay, your DNA represents your source code. And you're able to make modifications to this source code. But the only way for you to make modifications to the source code, you have to know the language in which the source code is written. Which is essentially the same thing as saying, if you want to influence the universe, you have to influence the universe in the language in which the universe is written, which is, as we knew, mathematics. So if the universe basically has a source code as well, and we are miniature universes, of course, we're going to have our own source code. Which is really the whole purpose of you even studying the universe, the outward universe as well as the inner universe, which we can say is the tarot. Which all is just telling you about how you work. The whole point is to bring it back to you. Like, all right, so I'm not just a Scorpio just because I was born in November. I'm actually all of this. I'm not just my sun sign, I'm all of the planets. I am within all of these 360 dimensions. This is the story of me. This is not just a story of some outer universe. The zodiac is not just stars I can look up and see at certain times of the year or at certain locations. Well, there's certain things that happen within you at certain locations, which we call locational astrology. And also there's certain things that happen to you based on time, which you call progressed. So all of these things, again, which is another form of technology. That's why you need software to look up what's really going on with astrology, right? It requires software, which is just another form of what's already going on within you. Now you're just seeing it in 2D, what's actually going on in 3D. So if you can understand what's going on in 2D, then you can understand what's going on in 3D. Seasons just don't happen outside of us. Seasons also happen within us. Everything that happened outside of us is just a metaphor of what's already going on within you. And it's up to us to always be, basically, you could say, on divine time or demon time, depending on what choices you decide to make. It's not, at this point, it's not even about right or wrong. Because we have examples of people on divine time, and we also have examples of people on demon time. You could say demon time is like rappers, divine time is like hip hop. The difference just being, when you're a rapper, you're glued to the industry. By hip, you can't really exist without the industry. Just like certain people can't really exist outside of, you can say, social media. If their social media got deleted, they wouldn't even know what to do with themselves. Because like their whole existence has revolved around, something that can be taken away from them. They're not thinking, okay, it's just time for me to rebuild again like I built the first time. They have grown an attachment to something that now they depend on. So instead of you being the creator of something, and you was really detached from it when you had 0 followers, you wasn't even attached. Like whether it existed or not didn't really make a difference, right? But it wasn't until those numbers kept growing and those numbers kept growing and growing and growing that now it's something that now you care about. And now, if it just suddenly faded from existence, now it's like, okay, that would be problematic. Same thing, if you just lost your phone when your phone was brand new, of course you didn't want to lose it. But if you did, you're like, oh, well, there was nothing vital on there. So it can be easily replaced, and you really didn't lose anything but time. But we see social media works different. The internet works different, right? You can create whole identities on here and then grow attachment to these identities. And this is essentially why I name myself what I name myself. God of many faces, or I will call it demon of many faces, or deity of many faces. Which is just a reminder to me to never get attached to any character that I choose to come under. Because we can come under many characters. You can have, if somebody got an Instagram, you got a TikTok, you got a Facebook, you got a Snapchat, so on and so forth. You can say it's the same you, but you're not necessarily showing the same dimension. You may be showing your art on Instagram. You may be doing dances on TikTok. You may be doing, philosophical thoughts or in-depth thoughts on Facebook, writing posts and whatever, articles. So you could say like each of these represent a different aspect of you. So even though it's the same one you, you're still manifesting in several, you could say, characters, which are variations of you, which, as we know, is 22 in total. So you actually should have 22, essentially 22 manifestations on the internet. At least. If you don't feel it's possible, it is possible to study each dimension of the major arcana, and then you are able to see those possibilities within yourself. If you are not able to see, like, oh, I can come in these because I am a combination of these 22. I'm not the combination of one thing. I'm a combination of many things. Knows that if we want to put a number on those many things, it is 22 things. And the variations that come from these 22 things. So if I understand these 22 things, I'm going to understand those 56 things. And if I understand those 56 things, I'm going to understand those 78 things. And now I have a way to see what things really are. Now I don't have to depend on a book, or I don't have to depend on somebody else's opinion. Now I know how to get to the source of all things. How are you able to do that? Because each tarot card in the major arcana gives you a Hebrew letter. Each Hebrew letter has a number attached to it, which we call gematria. You go deeper into gematria when you go deeper into the Kabbalah, because each sephira can be broken down into a number, and then that number has certain qualities, which is all gematria is the qualities of numbers. These numbers are not just meaningless. They're not just there to be looked at on the outer surface, they're also there to be looked at on the inner surface. Some people refer to this as angel numbers, right? You're seeing these number sequences. But that's what I mean. There's a difference between you just seeing 333 on the clock all the time versus you taking it to the gematria, you're taking it to the Hebrew, you're taking it to the ancient way, right? The ancestral way, which is going to give you a different result than you trying to do it the modern way. Not that the modern way is wrong, but you just always must be aware of the past. The occult just roots you in the past, which we know the past, the present, and the future are all operating as one. So the occult roots us in our ancient past. In the now, while we then plan and predict the future. The occult roots us in the past, in the now, while we plan and predict the future. Right? This is why it's necessary to have the occult within you, because we're not ruled by the clock. We're not ruled by the clock, because there are many clocks. You could say there's 22 clocks. 93 Tangela, what's up? Salute. There are actually 22 clocks. So if all we do is take heed to the one physical clock, we know that we're not even aware of what even really happens at all. Which is where, of course, the oppressor will want you to be in, not even aware of what's actually happening at all. That's good for them. That puts money in their pocket. But it's at your expense. And you understand they can only profit off of your expense. It has to be at your expense. That's why they have positioned themselves to benefit whenever you make a mistake. Whenever you make a mistake and now you got to go through the system in some way, they are being paid for it. That's how they feed their family. That's how they put their kids through college. And that's how they create generational wealth. Because of the mistakes that our generation makes. They just put themselves in position to benefit off of our mistakes. That they, you can say, set the field up, but then we fall for the trap because we don't understand ourselves. So it ain't enough that they put the trap there for us, is that we keep falling for it because we don't know who we are. And when you don't know who you are, you're going to fall for the traps because you don't know better. But when you know who you are, you know better, so you don't fall for the traps. But it's only when you know that they exist. And the only reason or the only way for you to know that they exist is to know that you exist. That you're more than just this physical shell just occupying space. You're just another number at the job. And that's, some people have demoted themselves to, just a physical clock. But you're like, no, I am many clocks. Meaning I operate in many dimensions of time. And the physical is just the results of my work in those other dimensions of time instead of the physical being the source. See, we treat the physical as the source when the physical is the result of the source. So if we're trying to do everything here in the realm of results, that's why it becomes a rat race. That's why it becomes a competition. That's why it just becomes, so competitive, and every man for themselves, every woman for themselves. We just develop this mentality where basically we're just eating each other to get on top. We're backstabbing each other to get on top. And that essentially becomes the culture. That's just a harsh truth. A harsh truth is everybody is willing to backstab each other in order to get into a higher position. You don't think people are willing to sacrifice friends to get a promotion? Because that's what happened every time. Like, you have to sacrifice. Like, all right, now you got to change department. Now you in a whole different field now. So that always comes at a cost. Meaning every time you want to rank up, every time you level up, it comes at a cost. And you have to be willing to pay that cost. And if you're not willing to pay the cost, that's why people don't rank up. That's why people don't level up, because they understand what comes with it. It's not that they don't understand. It's just they're unwilling to. They don't feel that it's worth that cost. But give me 1 second here. I'll be back. 1 second. All right. So, saying all that stuff to say, we link everything outside of us, inside of us, because we know that they are one and the same. One influences the other. So because one influences the other, we have to be knowledgeable of these many dimensions, these many paths. That's why in the not in the tarot, in the Kabbalah, you have paths. So not only do you have the Sephra, you have paths, which is what connects the Sephra all together, right? And that's called path working as you're going through the individual paths. How many paths is it? It's 22 paths. It's 10 Sephra, sometimes 11 if you include Dolph. The 22 paths plus the 11 Sephra gives you 33. You can say 10 Sephra plus 1 Clipper, because the Dolph would be considered the Clipper, which introduces you into the underworld or the dark side. The 22 plus the 11 gives you. All right. 22 plus 11 gives you the 33 dimensions. So, This is why numbers have meaning, because they mean more than what they appear. It's just that certain things are only meant for certain eyes. It's not for everyone to be able to, you could say, speak the language of mathematics or speak the language of the universe. What's up, Elray? That's not for everyone to do. That's why most people just speak, you could say, slang or simple language. You know, it's not for them. The king is always a king. A queen, always a queen. The book of the law told us this already, right? So we already know this. The book of the law already told us. So that's why as a king, that's why as a queen, you have interests in more than one dimension, because you are more than one dimensional. That's what makes you a king. That's what makes you a queen. You are interested in more than just the surface of things. Why are you that? Because you have always been that. Why have you always been that? Because there is no beginning, no ending. And as kings, as queens, we are here to lay down order. That's the whole story of bringing order to the chaos. The order is not just there because you want it to be there, it's because you made it so. That's what life is, right? Life isn't orderly because it just is. It's orderly because you make it so. That's why people protect themselves, right? There ain't gonna be no disorder around here, or I'm gonna have to bring order, even if it has to come by force. That's how anybody feels about their household, right? I'm gonna have order in my household, even if it's by force. Like, ain't nobody gonna come in here trying to establish order. It's already order. But it's not order because it's just there because you're just given authority. You had to earn authority, right? You had to earn the respect. It ain't just there because it's just you're just guaranteed that right. We're not guaranteed that right. It had to be earned, and it has to continue to be earned because you're always giving to it. I mean, you continue to hold your position. It's not a position you earn and you don't. You're not active. You're active. So you're actively maintaining your position, which has to be respected. In order for it to be respected, you have to lay down the order. The order has to be laid down from the chaos, meaning people respect you because they understand why you should be respected. They understand the process. Because they don't understand the process yet. Well, I respect you when they feel like, oh, you were just given your position. But when people know what was required to earn a position, like, okay, I see now. But that's not going to be apparent on the surface. Like, nobody's just going to know your story just on the surface. Those things are, you can say, forbidden or secretive, unless you choose to reveal it. Otherwise, everything is just happening on a surface level. So we have to take it beyond the surface. That's what the occult allows us to do. That's why the ancestors laid down this law and they made sure that we had access to it. So you may not even know the names of your ancestors, but through the occult, you are able to get into their mind and their process of thinking, how they decoded things and how you should decode things and how to make sense out of these things. And again, the mind of the modern world doesn't understand these things. They don't understand these things because it's not theirs. They didn't create it, right? They didn't create it. So why would they have any allegiance to something that they didn't forge? It wasn't their blood, sweat, and tears that forged these arts. So of course they're not going to have any value for it. Of course, so versus they're going to honor the words of Albert Einstein, because they saw his dedication, his blood, his sweat, his tears. That's why they put him, up top. Again, the Thomas Edisons and all these essentially businessmen, right? It's always the businessmen, like the Benjamin Franklins, the George Washingtons. The one thing that all these faces on the dollar bill have in common is they understood business. And they made good business moves. That's why they earned their faces on the dollar bills. They're like, okay, respect their minds, their business mind. It's not that these people are just supreme excellent people, but you could say they developed their mind to a point of supremacy and excellence. And that's essentially what we want to put forward. That's why the faces are on the dollar, not. But most people don't even know the stories of these components. So that's why people don't have the money, because they don't respect the money, because they like, yo, why do I need to respect these motherfuckers? However, these people made themselves different. For example, Abraham Lincoln, you know, he freed slaves. It may have been a business move. It probably was not emotional, like he just felt people needed to be free. It was more so, no, the South was just making too much money. It was a business move. They respect him for it because, like, all right, that it was chaos. That was a way to level the chaos. You had to free the slaves, not because it was just morally right to do, but because it was becoming unbalanced. It was disrupting the balance of the force. So he just did what any Jedi would have done. Not because they feel these people are no longer 3/5 of a human being, but because one group of people are going to make more money, and now the supreme people will, of course, oppress the lesser people. And now basically they stop the whole elitist energy from being formed, even though that elitist energy is still here to this day. Slavery definitely funded a lot of these mainstream corporations that we feel that just have been doing the right things. A lot of them got their start, in those times. They just hide it, and every now and then it comes up, and then they apologize for it. All you gotta do is look up what companies had basically slave money fund them, and you would be surprised at how many. And they apologize for it, like, but they still exist. So there's still, families, elitists that benefited from, and if they had it their way, things would have never changed. But again, things only changed because they had to change, not because of anybody's morals, anybody's principles, all the things that we are supposed to honor and we're supposed to respect, and that's supposed to make a difference. It was just strictly the right business move. And these essentially become the people that are successful. It's not the people with the highest morals or the most sincere. It's the people who know how to make the right business moves at the right time. That's essentially what success is: making the right moves at the right time. And that's not because you just have the highest moral standards, and you just have the closest relationship with God, the divine. Those things are really irrelevant. Even though we try to make those things the forefront, we try to make it as if those things really make the character of people, but that has never been the case. That has never been the case. That's why American history is so wicked. Excuse me. And it continues to be wicked because that was never the principal ground of how this country was made. This country was not made on a moral or principle ground. That's just not the way it went down. They tried to make it that because, of course, they didn't want to seem like the thieves of the world. Because at that point, they were perceived as the low lives of the world, which is basically how we're perceived now. But that's just been the truth the whole fucking time. We just did a good job at covering it up. But now, because of the internet, now we're just able to see things happen in real time. We're able to see the raw footage of things. Now things are not able to be covered up and everything be doctored. We can see the raw footage. Now we're just seeing what has always been and what will always be, which is just the truth of how power is obtained and maintained, which is keep the people fighting each other, keep the people hating each other, give them poison, make them look at each other as, again, competition is food. Again, they call themselves employees, and we're just going to fight to the death, which is what was always going on. And then people just sit back and make money from it. Again, I see it every day. I see it every day in this world. People getting upset, they getting their feelings, they arguing. Departments is not in alignment with other departments, so on and so forth. And we're just getting a small fraction of the total operation. So I'm like, wow, why in the fuck should I even be in my feelings about anything? Because the people that make this happen, they're not worried about none of this shit. They're just looking at numbers. So why wouldn't I not have that same type of mentality? Like, just because I'm employed, do I have to think like an employee? Do I have to look at everybody as enemies and feel like I got to step on toes? Or do I just have to focus on just being the best version of me, and that's going to put me in the position I need to be in? Instead of feel like I got to go above and beyond and just be other than myself, essentially. Which is just going to put me in the position everybody else is in. And that's essentially the whole story. Where I realized, okay, these worlds parallel each other. So, saying these things to say, the dark arts are your arts. These are the ways of the ancestors. And of course, they're going to be demonized by the world because your ancestors are demonized by the world because of the way they thought and the way that they were able to do things that the world still ponders on to this day, and they hate them for it. How the fuck were you able to figure that out? The best of us couldn't figure that out. But it seems like, everybody, you could say the worst of you still was wise. So, it is at a cost, though. So I'm not just saying it like that. It comes at a cost. Because now you're not able to be like everybody else. Now you can't take on that culture that they're trying to integrate you into. See, now you just can't be what everybody else is. You have to come as a whole different energy. And basically, they just accept you because your energy just represents the right energy to have, and it just makes things flow smoother. So while they try to integrate everybody in this culture, you rewrite the whole script. But the only way you can rewrite the whole script is to exercise who and what you are to the fullest. Instead of trying to be like they want you to be, which is, again, like everybody else. And now you just feel exhausted at the end of the day and feel like you just been used and abused. Versus you felt like you added on and you were constructive and things got accomplished from you just being you. And they just accept it. because numbers are numbers. So when they see, well, this is causing a change in the numbers, now they got to pay attention. See, that's the thing. That's why we're here to manipulate the numbers. Because the numbers is what cause change. Because if people start paying attention when the numbers reflect, right? So your whole duty is to be able to manipulate the numbers. In order to manipulate the numbers, you must understand mathematics. That's the laws of the universe. So what you're really manipulating is the universe, which is your universe, which brings us right back to where we started, which is DNA, your source code. Recalibrating or rewriting your source code. That's what the shadow is for. That's essentially when things become magical, because you're rewriting the source code. Which you can say is done through the dark arts. The lighter arts don't go deep enough. That's just what it comes down to. The lighter arts don't go deep enough to completely rewrite your DNA code. It may change your thoughts, it may even change your consciousness, but it's not changing your source code. Most people don't have access to their source code. That's the whole thing. But it's there, hidden and trapped within the subconscious, as well as the unconscious mind. That's why they only are able to speak to you in metaphor. Just to show you just how detached we are from, you can say, our intuitive. So we're saying that we're so detached, you could say, from our true self, that it really can only communicate to us in images and symbols, which is essentially all we have, because that's all the zodiac is. That's all the planets are, is symbols, right? When we think about the 10 planets, we think about symbols. When we think about the zodiac, we think about symbols. When we think about numbers, we're looking at symbols. Everything comes down to symbolism. And that starts the journey of us learning who and what we are, because we begin to understand that the symbols mean stuff. It's not just something that means nothing. It's something that means something, that triggers something within you, that activates something within you, that causes a change to occur. So we go deeper into the symbolism. We go deeper into the metaphor. And that's what we call the journey within. You begin to walk within yourself because you begin to pay attention to the symbolism, and then you begin to incorporate it, basically bringing it to the surface. I keep seeing this symbol in my dream. Okay, I'm going to draw it and I'm going to put it on the altar. Now I'm going to keep that energy on the surface to be able to have an understanding of what it causes and what it triggers and what is trying to be communicated. So a lot of this stuff is you decoding and you going deeper into the metaphor of things. That's why it's called a journey. It's not a ride, right? They call it a journey. It's not a travel, it's a journey, because it's whenever you take a journey, that means transformation is occurring. Like when a Muslim goes to Hajj, when they go to the holy city of Mecca, that experience is supposed to cause change in you, right? So when you're going through a journey, the goal is to experience change. So essentially, you getting to know yourself will cause you to change when you begin to uncover certain chambers that you can tap into that can bring out certain elements of yourself that you didn't even know existed. That's what we call, you could say, hidden talents. Everyone has hidden talents. Well, how are you able to even discover that things are hidden within you? Again, that's why we use the occult, the astrology, the numerology. There's already numbers and times and dates. Because again, astrology is just about time and location, which is just broken down to a time and then coordinates, longitude. So your location and the time you was born is just all broken down into numbers, and that's put into a system that then feeds your results. That's all it is. So it's all broken down to numbers, and then you get results from those numbers. Meaning you are the vessel in which various energies were deposited into because of the time you were born, the location you were born. So you were being born at a time where there was certain energies being deposited into the universe. And because you are a micro universe, those energies were also deposited into you as well. So you become a picture or a snapshot to energies that were not only deposited into the greater universe, but also you as a miniature universe. So you taking a journey within is you just having an understanding of how the energies within your universe works, and then how those energies then affect the energies outside of you. So before you think about how your energy affects essentially other people's energy, you have to understand how your energy works. When you understand how your energy works, then you can understand why your energy reacts to certain other types of energies. Or I can see why I don't like these energies, or I do like these energies, because I understand my energy, and I understand why my energy synchronizes with these types of energies, but it doesn't really synchronize with these type of energies. So instead of you saying, "Oh, I like certain people, I don't like certain people," you understand why that is. So you are able to answer those questions in which nobody else can tell you the answer to, because you are taking a journey within. Oh, I see why I am the way I am. So I see why I respond in certain ways to certain energies and certain situations, events, so on and so forth. Because I know me. So when you know you and why you respond the way you respond, which is basically the subconscious is reaction. So that's just you studying your reactions. Why do I react this way to certain energies? The only way to answer those questions is to take the journey within, because you got to understand the energy itself. To understand why you react, you got to understand the source of the energy. To understand why the energy is unfavorable or favorable to certain types of energies. So you see, it all comes down to alchemy. That's why DNA represents genetics. It all comes down to all these scientific terms that we learn in school. We just don't connect it to us and how this relates to your sacred transformation, instead of it just being information to use, to get to a diagnosis to a disease. Because that's essentially all medicine has come down to, is just diagnosing diseases and then giving people medicine. It's not really just learning how the human body works and how we can use that information to our benefit. It's going to be to their benefit, because they're in the field of medicine. How can we create a medicine that can deal with all these new things that we're discovering every day? Because when they make new discoveries now, they can make new medicines. So before they was calling it, like ADHD, where you can legally give people medicine for it. They wasn't able to benefit off of it. But when you're able to legally diagnose it, now you can prescribe medicines and prescriptions. So now it's money in your pocket. So that's essentially how that whole industry works. So these just are the hard truths that nobody really wants to hear. However, the reason why most people don't want to hear it, because it's like, well, what can I do about it? Like, why should I care if the world is round or flat? We have these types of people. Like, why does it really matter? Why does it really matter if God created the world, or the world just summoned itself into existence. Like, well, what difference does it really make at the end of the day? The difference it makes is if you know you had something to do with creation, especially your creation. We ain't even got to talk about the world outside of you. We're just talking about the world within you. If we can accept that we chose the precise moment of our birth, that wasn't a random act of sexual intercourse from your parents, and that was just a result of that. If you understand that, okay, that was a chosen moment, and I had to come to this world at that moment to be exactly what I was meant to be. In order for me to be what I'm meant to be, I have to understand why I came into this world at the time I chose to. Does that not make sense? If I want to understand what I'm here to do, I must understand the energy that was deposited inside of me and why it was necessary for those energies to be inside of me in order to be what I was meant to be. So you see, it all intertwines, it all serves a purpose. So when you begin to connect all the dots, so I see why I had to have this energy, why I had to have this gift, why I also had to have this curse, why this had to be a part. See, once you have an understanding of why the energies exist, now you have a different type of relationship with yourself. Versus you not understanding, like, damn, why do I have to go through this, or why is this even a part of my reality? It's different when you understand why that is. Like, okay, you can come to acceptance of it. Versus it being a fight against something you don't really know the origin of. Anything you don't know the origin to, you're going to be at a fight against or be against naturally. But when you are acquainted with the origin of a thing, now it's not really something you must fight against suddenly. But again, this is why these things are not taught, because this ends the chaos in which we have to endure every day, because we're fighting ourselves first and foremost. So before we're going out fighting the world, we're fighting ourselves because we don't understand who and what we are. So that inner turmoil that's a result of the inner fight is going to be reflected outwardly. So that's why a lot of people's lives are chaotic, because it's just the internal, the result of the internal toxicity. Then we wonder why, people are actually toxic. It's the internal toxicity that comes as a result of the chaos within. So in order to stabilize that chaos, we must understand the nature of the chaos. If we don't understand the nature of the chaos, that's why people have to go to therapy. That's just a therapist breaking down to you why certain energies behave in the way that they do. So then it gives like, oh, okay, so that's just how it works, huh? That's not me just thinking I'm crazy. That's just how this shit works. I get it. So now when I go through this, now I don't have to feel like some shit is happening that's not supposed to be happening. I see that that's just a part of what I chose to deal with. And I have to become accepting of if I'm trying to be master over it. Because I chose the battle. So it's not that the battles are not supposed to be there. It's not that we're not supposed to be at war. We chose the battles. So once you understand why you chose the battles that you chose, meaning, so why you had to go through the certain trauma that you had to go through, because those represents the battles that you chose to fight. So when you understand why you had to endure what you had to endure in order for you to have the perspective that you have, now everything, you can take the emotionalism out of things and then redirect that energy towards futuristic energies. Like, oh, I know how to channel this. Instead of me just keeping this energy inside, now I can direct it outside of myself, and then that allows me to release it instead of it just navigating inside of me and then it, becoming toxic. This is just energy that needs to be released, but we may not have a vessel for it to go into. So we must create vessels to channel our energy into, because the energy just staying inside of you just going to create havoc. So If we have 22 dimensions of ourselves, that means you must have 22 vessels in which you can channel a part of you into. That's what I was saying about the internet. The internet is essentially allows you to have these vessels to channel different aspects of yourself into. So when you begin to do these things, you're like, okay, I'm really not a chaotic mastermind, because now that I'm channeling energies into these vessels, now this is, you feel more at peace than you ever have, because you have given it an outer expression. That's all we're here to do. That's why we have masks. So in the past, we would do this through wearing certain masks. Certain ceremonies required certain masks. You probably had many masks. You don't just have one mask, you have many masks. Each of these masks is a part of you. It represents a certain chamber that you tap into when you put on the mask. So that's what I mean by the ancestors have always been doing this. So we just don't use masks. Now we use personas. So we don't call it mask, we call it persona. And your persona is based on the vessel in which you manifest it for yourself. But that's the thing. Timing is key. When you manifest yourself matters. I mean, if you created a profile on November 12th versus November 26th, that's the difference. If it's in September versus November, that's the difference. So but pretty much you have to choose the vessel in which is right to deposit the energy into. It may be better to do on the day of the sun versus the day of the moon, the day of Saturn versus the day of Mars. So meaning you have to know the equations or the configurations so that you get the appropriate vessel so that you can channel the energy into, and then it gives you the result that you're looking for versus you're channeling it into the wrong vessel. You're trying to do winter activities with a spring vessel, it's probably not going to work, right? So that's the whole thing of timing and divine timing is basically another way of saying planetary timing. So anybody saying divine time is just planetary time. They wouldn't refer to it as planetary time. They're not astrologers, but what they're referring to is planetary time. You just are aware of planetary timing because because the planetary timing leaves a signature. If planetary timing was able to leave a signature on you, why wouldn't it leave a signature on on anything else that's manifested at that time? We know that it does. So even me, because of the time that I manifested this particular channel, that really what controls the energy that is required for this particular vessel. And that goes with anything. But these are things that people are not even aware of. They don't know when they be creating these profiles and all. It just be so haphazard, so random that they don't even know the type of vessel. Like, oh damn, I'm doing this, but I should be doing this because of the time that it was manifested. So I'm going to be more successful doing this. It's really that simple. The vessel that you manifest should be in accordance to the energy that it needs so that the vessel can multiply the energy instead of, you can say, draining it. If you put it in the wrong vessel, the energy is not going to multiply, it's going to drain, versus you put it in the right vessel can multiply the energy. As people say, you can double your money. Money is not just things that we spend or invest. It's energy that you put into. That's how currency works, essentially. So I guess I'm talking currency talk. Those vessels represent. So we have 22 currencies. So you are investing in your currencies when you give vessels to your currencies. Basically, banks. You're just giving your currency a bank, as we call a vessel, a bank that you can deposit the energy in. It can multiply, 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 multiply. So you're giving your own energy, your own currency, a bank to store itself and to multiply itself. Now, did a book teach me that? Or did I just come to the realization of it? So this is what I mean. The real shit is in the now. It's not in books. It's not in this, we just watching videos every day trying to get more information, more information, more information. How do I know this? Because that's not what I'm like. I don't be watching videos on YouTube trying to get knowledge and information and all that. But I have at one point. So I'm not saying that that's not something you should do. I was at one point. My primary source of information was the internet. PDFs, all type of stuff. Just not so much now. Because I got all this information stored in the universe. Now I have to basically say what I've been saying. Now I have to direct energy towards the appropriate vessel. A book is not going to tell me how to do that. I have to figure that out on my own. That's why I'm telling you, because these are things I had to figure out on my own. Like, oh, you just got to you got to give yourself a bank. Mini banks, as people call multiple sources of income. Well, where is that energy going to come from if you don't have a vessel? So I'm like, oh, that's why the witches have the quadrant, right? You have the quadrant. You need, anyway. So I'm like, I'm just relating, this is what we've been doing with the witch's quadrant. Vessels, you just have to have this vessel to multiply the energy. So I'm like, oh, that's why when I be coming to these conclusions, I'm like, that's, like we have an example of our ancestors doing that already. That's just the way they did it. Now you got to find a way that works for you, right? What do I think of the Kabbalion? I mean, I have no opinion on the Kabbalion. You know, if that's something that you want to read, then read it. Is it mandatory reading? I would say no, it's not mandatory reading. The only thing I consider mandatory is the Book of the Law, but that's my own preference. But so I wouldn't just recommend that to anybody because that's pretty extreme. But everything else, that's a little softer because it introduces you to the 7 universal laws. So is that a good foundation to have? So that's just really what you ask yourself. Do you really want to be familiar with the 7 universal laws? Is it good to know these things? Of course. It's hermetics. Do you honor hermetics? Because that's basically what it is. You're going into hermetics. The law of mentalism. The law of correspondence. The law of vibration. The law of polarity. The law of rhythm. The law of gender. And the law of causality, or cause and effect. All right? So I say, if that's something you're going to commit to your memory, then do it. But if it's something you're just going to read and then put down, then don't waste your time. That's just what it comes down to. What are you going to actually remember? That's what you need to read. Read what you're going to actually remember, what you actually plan to commit to memory. Because otherwise, you're just wasting your time. So you see, when I read the Kabbalion, I did it with the intention to commit those 7 laws to memory. As you see, I just quoted them from right off the top of my head because I made it a point to know those 7 laws. So that's why I read it, because I made a point to know the 7 laws. If that's not something that you find important in, then don't waste your time. Invest your time instead in something that you're going to actually remember. So that's my only recommendation when it comes to books. Invest in what you actually plan to commit to your memory. That you actually like, okay, I need to know all of these things. And this is the reason why there's a plan that you have in place. Otherwise, yeah, just don't waste your time. What's up, Harmony? Peace. Because I'm going to always say committed to memory. So, of course, in order for you to commit it to memory, you have to have knowledge of it. So you probably will read a book on it. or watch a YouTube video on it just to get familiar with the subject. But again, you only are doing that because you plan to commit it to memory. You plan to make it a part of your Akashic records. So if you don't plan to make it a part of your Akashic records, then, but again, my name is Asha. Asha is short for Akasha. So of course I'm going to be talking about the Akashic records because that's just me living up to my name. So of course all I'm going to talk about committed to memory, committed to memory. Because that's just what the Akashic records is. So if I am a representative of the Akashic records, then I have to be an example of what I'm talking about, right? So that's why you see I have to quote from my head. Majority of the time, you see me quoting from my head. That's just me as a representative of the Akashic records. So when I learn things, I learn with the intent to commit it to memory. If I don't plan to commit it to memory, then I'm not, there's no point in me just knowing this just to know it. Because now it's just taking up space for no reason. Meaning the knowledge never became wisdom. If the knowledge never became wisdom, then how can you possibly develop an understanding of what that science is? So that's why I try to keep it in the simplest way possible. I keep telling you. Astrology, numerology, tarot, Kabbalah, and clip off if you hard enough. That's all you have to know because that is the source code to everything you learn after that. That's the source code. Whatever you want to learn after that is completely up to you because once you know that, like the back of your hand, you good to go because now you can come to your own conclusions without the book. So then you're more so verifying that the book actually knows what it's talking about because you done already conducted your own experiments. So you're just reading the information to see if it aligns with the experiments that you conducted because you are now a scientist as well. So you're not just reading the works of a scientist, you are conducting experiments because you are a scientist. Now you're just looking for the works that confirm your findings because you're doing works in the now. They did works in the past, you're doing works in the now. So if you're confirming, were they on the right track or were they completely off? Because if they were on the right track, now my findings can be backed by findings of somebody who wrote in the past. And now I can make my findings more conclusive because now I'm able to expand it. That's essentially the only reason you should even be reading anything, to verify your own findings if they match up. So you're just seeking the knowledge that matches your findings. Who was writing about these findings that I discovered? Because I discovered it on my own. So if they discovered it on their own, we probably have something in common. I should probably read what they talking about. Because we came to the same conclusion on our own. You see how that works? That's it. So that really, it just makes shit easy. So you may go through a lot of writings, but you only really take hold to things that already align with the discoveries you have made. So now you're just expanding your own discoveries. So you're really you're not really bringing anything into your essence that don't align with the things that you have come to the discovery of on your own. Like, for example, the only reason I study anything Eastern, whether whether it be the Hinduism, the Shaktiism, Tantra. The only reason I even had an interest in any of those things because I saw the results of meditation, which I told you about earlier in the video, which is how I got to California. So if I never had those results of what can be gained from meditation, then I would have never cared to read more information about meditation and learn various techniques and care about any of those things if I didn't have the results. Like, okay, I already know this works, so I need to find out why it works and who explains it the best to me based on how my brain is wired. Especially if they came to the same conclusions I came to because they were getting the same results I was getting. So you see, it still all revolves around you. Because ultimately, you are the one conducting the experiments, which is going to produce results, which will be based on, the law. So that's what you read. You read based on results from your own experimentation. Because I know that's all I do. I'm always experimenting. Numbers, sigils, seals. Like I always got configurations going on a daily basis. Which then I take that feedback and then see how I can add on to it. Or if it needs to be taken away, then I take away. But it's always because I'm conducting the experiment. It's not ever because somebody recommended this in a book. I'm like, I don't know what they recommend in the book. I just memorized these principles and then I went from there. But the literature you should be reading is thelemic literature. If you want my personal opinion, if you just want to read, if you're just a person that likes literature, you wants to read, then read thelemic literature. You will not be disappointed. That's all you got to do. Because that way, now you're reading something that's already in alignment with what you already feel drawn to. Instead of trying to read a whole different author with a whole different perspective, at least you know that the author that I'm reading is already in alignment with how I'm already seeing things. So it's going to make it a lot easier for you to integrate with that literature if you already are in agreement with 93. Now, if you're not, that's completely different. But if you already are in agreement with 93, then the only thing you really need to read is thelemic literature because it's a little bit of everything. Thelemic literature is not just it's not one dimensional. It's many dimensions, as we see, as the book of the law is a result of that. So you can go as deep as you want to go, just depending on what level you are on and what level you desire to be on. So Bruce Keys, did you already explain the title? I guess that's a pretty it's a pretty strange question to ask. We've been on here 190 minutes. So if I didn't explain the title in 190 minutes, then I don't know what's going on. At this point, it's just a channel. So it's like I'm really not explaining anything but everything. That's what's going on right now. I'm not really explaining anything but explaining everything. That's what we're doing right now. But I guess I'll take one more toke of the devil's leaf. I'll take another drink and we can get up out of here. So yeah, I think y'all get the point here. And if you don't get the point, then let me bring this to a climax. All right, so give me a second. Let me do these wicked deeds. And we'll be just fine. All right. All right, just wanted to get a quick bite to eat there, but I ain't want to just eat in your face. So yeah, let me we interact with these spirits. There's something about that tequila. It just speaks. And this is what I mean. Was it because somebody told me? Oh, you should drink tequila. It's going to speak to you in a way that other alcohols wouldn't. Or did I just come upon this in my journeys? Saying all this to say that the innovative mind will always be supreme. It's the one who makes discoveries. See that? See that? Say not from concentrate, non-GMO, gluten-free. So I just show that to say, just because I may be engaged in poison, I'm still gonna make the healthy choice. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. You know, when people say things like drink responsibly, know your limits, but that's only when you are engaging with the outside world. Because when you at home, it's like, fuck it. You should be passing the fuck up. I mean, if you at the casa, right? You should do things that you probably would not do in public. Yeah, you should probably be responsible when you're in public behind the wheel, operating a motor vehicle or machinery. Makes sense. But if you're not operating heavy machinery or behind a motor vehicle, then anyway, chapter 1 of the book of the law said the drugs is not gonna hurt you. I thought the book of the law said that. All right then. That's all I'm saying. Newitt told us that they lied when they said that we would be hurt by drugs. And how is this war on drugs and all these things? It's a lie. Because our ancestors told us, we get down with that. That's a part of the rotation. That ain't nothing new to us. And that's a part of why artists do a lot of drugs or alcohol, whatever it may be, because they're in tune with the spirits, and that's just what the spirits like. But those are the more darker, forbidden spirits. As we know, the regular mainstream spirits, you probably wouldn't put tobacco and alcohol, on their altar. But we know with darker energies, they love the tobacco and they love the alcohol. They'd be mad if you didn't bring them a drink. So we just begin to understand that this so-called darker or forbidden energy has always been there. It's just certain people always just refuse to deal with it. It's always going to be people that take the mainstream route. Then there's always going to be people that take the tantric route. So you just decide the type of person you are. It's really not a right or wrong answer. Just what were you built to do? Were you built to be a healer? Or were you built to destroy and rebuild? But yeah, in order to rebuild, you have to be able to destroy. So were you here to heal or destroy and rebuild? To heal or to destroy and rebuild? Because you could say a doctor is a form of a healer. But is a doctor something you really want to be? It's just a question you have to ask yourself. Are you in the business of healing? Or are you in the business of destruction? It's a question you have to ask yourself. I'll close this window. Yes, think about the desert. Once that sun go down, it's over with. 20-degree difference. So if it's been 70 all day, when that sun go down, 50. The rapid temperature change is a real thing here. But Las Vegas breaks down to 5, the energy of Mercury. So is that really something that is outside of its character? Las Vegas changes every 2 years. New hotels is being built, ownership. Well, I'm like, is that really something outside of its nature? And that's what I look at these things. Because everything can be broken down into numbers. I'm like, does it live up to its nature or not? That's the only thing you got to ask yourself. When I break this down into a number, does it live up to its nature or not? A simple example of this. Let's see. Let's see. A simple example of this. And I'm going to do it right now. Yes, it will be class. CLASS. Just going to do a quick example here, just to show you these numbers and the nature of the numbers are aligned. So while most people are running to get dictionaries, you just run and you get your pen. You just go to decoding things. Oh, that's the true nature of this. Like, for example, tree, even before I go into the class, tree breaks down to 3, which is a number of Jupiter. Jupiter represents the energy of expansion, right? So is it really a coincidence that trees produce oxygen, which allows your lungs to expand? You see, very simple stuff. See, when you know those qualities, you're like, that is Jupiter-like. Then they say trees are our ancestors. Trees are very old. Well, Jupiter represents the ancestors. So trees are ancestors. Trees produce oxygen, which causes your lungs to expand so you can breathe. Like, that is very Jupiter-like, or 3-like. So when you know what you know, and you can just see, like, that is right and exact. These numbers are revealing the nature of things, which you couldn't get from a dictionary, which you probably couldn't get from another human being, which you couldn't get from a science book. But nonetheless, you can come to the same conclusion that these people are coming to. But you didn't need the science book. You didn't have to take a whole course. You just simply, this is the nature of this. And that's why it does what it does. You're like, that seems to be how the ancestors went about it. Like, this is the nature of this. Like, that's why it does what it does. So we're not ever told why it does what it does. We just know what it does. We just know that trees produce oxygen. And they can be very, very old. But nobody told you why. We just know what it does. Now the numbers told you why. Like, because it is Jupiter-like. That's telling you why. It has the nature of Jupiter. That's why. That's going to answer the question that nothing else is going to answer. You're not going to get that from nowhere else, no matter how much you pay. for school. You're not going to get that answer of why it does what it does. Because now you're going back to the source code, which is the numerology. Now you're going to the source code of what a thing is. So the other example was class, CLASS, which breaks down to 9. 9 is the energy of Mars. Mars is about competition, right? Because Mars is about war, right? And that's what class is people competing, children, sometimes adults, competing. We're not just in there just doing work and just, it's a competition. That's why they have spelling bees. That's why they have, who's going to answer the question? Raise your hand. Go write it on the board. Show your work. It's competitive. That's the nature of it, though. It's not being said, but that's the nature of it. That's how you really get to know who's who, by, how they are responding in the class. Who's the one always raising their hand? Who's the one who always want to let their voice be heard? Who's the one that wants to write on the board, show you all the details? Like, everybody has a certain persona, but we're being put against each other for that to be manifested. Because you have people who otherwise would kind of sit back and not really care. But now they care because they just don't want that person to take all the sunlight. It's like, I really don't care, but I don't want this person to take all the shine. Because I know I'm better than them. I just don't care. But I'm going to care because I'm not just going to let them win. It's like, even if that's the motivation, which a lot of times it is for certain types of people, now it makes them like, all right, now I got to be competitive. When otherwise they wouldn't. Because that's just what the class energy brings out. But we know class can be also used, and this is just the magic of the English language, where you got a word that's spelled the same, but it can mean several different things. So the English language this is just something that other languages don't do. This is what makes English so confusing. When it's not your first language, it's like it's just natural for us, like when you speak English, but you're like, yo, if you didn't speak English, it's just a lot of things you wouldn't catch. You just wouldn't catch. It's like, because it's just not, you could say it's something that the other languages don't do. So it don't matter what the first language may be. It's like, they only do that in English. That's basically what it is. It's just certain things is only done in English. And this is one of them. Well, the word is spelled the same, but it can mean two completely different things. In this case, class can mean like, oh, we're in class right now. We're in a classroom setting. But class can also mean like etiquette. This person has a lot of class, right? This person is classy. It also means that. So now in the realm of etiquette, it has a different definition. But the number is still intact, because we also know 9 is the highest vibration. So now we're not necessarily thinking about competition, but 9 is also the highest vibration, because love also breaks down to 9, also law. So we're just talking about all the highest chambers of energy breaks down to 9. So to be the highest of something, this person has class, you in the height, you in the class. Well, that also is because 9 is the highest vibration. So these things are still within the realm of the 9. So even though we don't have to necessarily apply Mars, but we can just still apply the numerology. I'm saying that wrong. The numerical value. 9 is just the highest number. So even without the astrology reference, we can just still references the numerical code. This is just the natural law of things. It's a reason why 9 is the last number and not the first. So are people sitting up doing these things all day? Probably not. But if you decide to take it upon yourself to do these things, let's just do another example here. All right? Because now I'm just doing examples of just how these things just reveal the nature of what really is versus what it appears to be. School, we're just going to keep it within the realm of what it already is. So we know what class is, competition. What is school? Let's break it down right now, right? So I'm going to use a pen to do it right now. It also breaks down to 9. What do you know? Is that a coincidence? Let me just make sure, yeah? Yep, 333. So not only does class breaks down to 9, but also school, which is overall what's going on. Like when different schools compete. This mainly happens in sports, right? In sports, you have different schools going against each other. That happens in every school, right? They compete against different schools. So now it's not just class versus class. Now it's school versus school. Now it's the same thing happening on a higher level, which is what school is versus class. So, if you just sit around and do these things and you just like, wait, that kind of does explain it without somebody trying to make it other than what it is. I mean, that's just what it is. You can try to make it other than, you can try to talk nice about it and make it other than what it is, but this just helps us to avoid all of the nonsense that we have to otherwise go through. Even when you're reading a book, you're still reading somebody's biases, right? You're gonna always be reading somebody's biases. So if you're gonna be biased, it might as well be your bias and not somebody else's bias. It should be your bias, and your bias is based on the results of the experiments that you're conducting. So you're biased because these are the results that you're getting ultimately, which may be different than everybody else's. Give an example of how to use this energy. While at work, I have to go to class every day for briefing at the end of my shift. You want to understand 9 from as many dimensions as you can. What I mean by that is, the more words that you know that breaks down to 9 gives you a better understanding of what exactly you're working with. Because you're able to connect. This is essentially one of the secrets of the English language, in which you can use the numbers to connect different words, and that gives you an idea of the nature of the number itself. So you just don't have to rely on numerology. You don't just have to rely on astrology. You may not know about Mars. You may not know about the attributes of 9s, but you may know about words that break down to 9. So if you put 9 words that all break down to 9, and you say, well, what do they all have in common? And that common denominator essentially lets you know exactly the nature of that thing. Like these are all 9 different words, but they all share a common energy. And then that common energy gives you insight into the real nature of the 9, because like, okay, the 9 is what connects all this energy together. If I understand the connector, then I understand the part I can play. Let's just say when I'm dealing with the 9, you may be, let's just say the location you work may be a 9. The numerology of the location may break down to a 9. So when you're dealing with the 9, you know that you're not dealing with positive energy. That's you. So just you can throw that out the window. This is not positive energy. What I mean by that is that's more of the 6, because the 6 is like parallel, not parallel, but contrast to the 9. You can say the 6 is the feminine, the 9 is the masculine. That's why 6 represents Venus, but 9 represents Mars, and we know Venus and Mars, they're 180 degrees apart. One is masculine, one is feminine. So when we think the 9 is everything the 6 is not, which is why the 9 made it, you can say, to the highest chambers, which is the 7, the 8, and the 9. And the 6 represents the physical reality, which it is. Because when we think about the attributes of the 6 represents the physical plane. You can say the 6 represents materialism. It represents, you can say, manifest. Because manifest is a word that breaks down to the number 6. This is just, I just know that just from personal. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. So that's why so many people are into manifestation, and that's their main thing, because they live in a world of the vibration of the 6, which represents materialism. So it's never about is that a good thing or a bad thing. It's just you being able to identify what is. Okay, materialism, manifestation, that's the energy of the 6. So that if that is something you're doing, because again, it ain't about right or wrong, good or bad. If that's something that you wish to take a part of, then you know that you will have to go about that activating the vibration of the 6, which in this case is Venus. So you just ask, well, what is my Venus in? So you just go right back to your chart. So the easiest way I would say to interact with these energies is just to go right back to your chart. So in the case of the 9, you just ask, well, how is Mars in my chart? Is my Mars in Pisces? My Mars in Scorpio? What is the nature of my Mars? What is the house of my Mars? That gives you insight into the nature of your particular Mars. So that basically how Mars is relating to you. Instead of you just understanding the nature of Mars, if you want to personalize it, this is how Mars is relating to me. So once you understand how Mars is relating to you, then you will understand, like, okay, when I'm dealing with the energy of Mars, I know how Mars is related to me, so that's essentially the persona that I must take on. I must go about this with Mars in the forefront. So when you put Mars in the forefront, you know that, okay, this is how it's going to play out in my personal reality versus how it's going to play out for somebody else. Is that because we know it plays out for different people differently, because different people have Mars in a different zodiac sign, as well as Mars in a different house. They have different conjunctions, different aspects, so on and so forth. So essentially how Mars manifests in your particular chart, you can say is that's particularly subscribed to you. That's personal to you. So I would say dig into the journey of your own personal Mars. And even with saying when you take on the 9 light path, the 9 just highlights your Mars. So like if you really want like the deeper insight into Mars, because that's what's being highlighted, you just like, okay, what is the Mars in my chart? Because that's the energy that's being highlighted. My Mars is being highlighted, so that's the direction I should go in. So if my Mars is calling me, for example, Pisces, Mars in Pisces, so that means your energy is being called to more of the occult, more the spiritual side of things. You're more interested in, you could say, the hidden things of the world instead of the known things of the world. So while everybody's chasing, you could say, the dollar bill or this type of image, this type of achievement, this type of status, basically the other zodiacs, the Pisces, is just, they're really kicking back and being passive. They're not really active. They're the complete opposite of, you could say, Virgo. But Virgo is activity on the physical realm. Pisces is activity, but Pisces is the dreamer. So the activities of Pisces is more so taking place on the dream realm or the more emotional side of things, but emotional in many directions, because Pisces is a mutable energy. So let's just say Pisces is in the fifth house. So Mars, Pisces, fifth house. So that means you're triggered, or what triggers your dream activity you can say it's just you in an environment where you're able to have fun. It's in a more fun, friendly environment. You can say family orientated if you're into that. More family orientated environment, more fun, more leisure, because the fifth house is about the leisures of life. So basically, you have to really be in a state of leisure. And since Pisces is already passive, that means when you're in a state of leisure, then you automatically go into the dream, or you automatically start, activating your imagination, when you're in a state of leisure. So that's essentially what happened to you automatically. So if you wanted to, let's just say if you're at a nine, if you're at work and the nine highlights, or let's just say your nine that's your life number. So that means your life path number is to have a clear vision of what it is that you are actually dreaming about. Because we know, that's something that I guess the Pisces would know better than most people, because they more so have that energy naturally, more so than other zodiacs. Like, we have to do things to dream. We may not just dream automatically. Things have to be set up in a certain way. You may have to sleep in a certain direction, or you may have to have a certain chemical in your body. Some people need melatonin. Some people may like to smoke, or in just a certain type of herb. We may need supplements and all type of extra shit. Pisces may not need all that. If your Mars is in Pisces, so that means your energy is already directed towards the outskirts of life anyway. So you can say this is probably not a person that just wants to go to the heights of life and just extra motivated by materialism. They're more so motivated by spiritual activity. So Mars in Pisces basically will produce a more spiritual type of person because it's Pisces. So they're more interested in everything else. And the fifth house, that means you're likely to catch this person in leisure doing leisure activities. You're not gonna catch this person, you can say, on the field, or in places where it requires high activity. That's not really where they design themselves to be in. Because again, everybody has a certain environment that they prefer. And even if they're not in that type of environment, that's essentially the type of mentality that they bring into whichever environment that they may be in. Right? So essentially, Mars Pisces fifth house is just a person that's very leisurely. So even if you're in a high-paced environment, this person will, will be leisurely, or just have a leisurely appearance. Because again, they're in the metaphysical world. They're looking at things beyond. So they're not moving as fast as everybody else. Because their eyes is not on the prize. Their eyes is, again, when you're not thinking about getting promoted or trying to be recognized, and you will rather people not know you're there at all. That's how much the Pisces would care about recognition in these things. So they're like, if I'm just able to not be bothered at all, then that's better for me. But again, they're that's just they're not there for recognition. So they're more so in they have created their own world. So I'm just giving an example of that because you will have to configure your personal Mars. Like, okay, well, how is Mars manifesting in my life? Then you can see how when you're in a Mars-like environment, how not just how it manifests for you, but also how it manifests for other people, because you're going to see a difference. So that's the first thing to recognize is it's not going to manifest the same for everybody because everybody has different configurations. So the more you know about your configurations, because your Mars may be in conjunct with your Sun, it may be in conjunct with your Venus. So you basically also have to recognize the relationship that Mars has with the other planets. Because that's either going to strengthen your Mars or weaken the Mars. So just once you have an idea of how your Mars is already working, then once you're in that type of environment, you would know what energy is going to be highlighted. Well, this aspect of me is going to be highlighted in this type of environment. So if it's a work type of environment, then you know that part of yourself is going to be highlighted. So the more you understand about that part of yourself, then the more you're going to understand how you should go about in that type of environment because you already understand the nature of what you're dealing with anyway, whether you're in that type of environment or not. So once you understand the nature of the energy, then that environment is just highlighting it. But again, it's still on you to do the work to understand. I'm like, okay, this is how I should deal with it on a daily basis. Because again, this is essentially how you're making your income. So it's best for you to understand how that works inside of yourself because you're just seeing the outward manifestation of what's already occurring within yourself. So if it's something that you don't quite understand or something that's very strange or interesting to you, then when you take that inner journey, you're like, okay, I see why this type of energy was not necessarily, that I wasn't really familiar with that as much as I should be. Because again, certain things, especially if we're talking about Pisces, that's not necessarily the first thing you're looking for or looking at. Is probably the last thing you're concerned with and the last thing you're looking at. So while you're thinking it's something, it's something completely different. So your chart is always going to be the way. Whenever you're seeking a way, okay, like what does that mean for me? Well, you go to where that is in your chart. That's what it would mean for you and how you should go about summoning that and controlling that and the type of situations that call for that and just you just becoming familiar with that energy because it's going to be with you for the rest of your life anyway. You might as well become familiar of the nature of it. So essentially, once you already understand the nature of Mars, and then you understand the nature of the zodiac, then the nature of the house, and the nature of the aspects, and that will bring you to a final conclusion of this is how the energy is for me. Then that gives you some type of insight when that energy is highlighted, why certain things are highlighted. Like, oh yeah, I see why that's highlighted because I didn't did my homework already. So things become, you're not as surprised or intimidated, or even just becomes like a workout at that point. You're just working out. Just mental, physical, spiritual exercise. And an example of Pisces is a spiritual exercise. If your Mars is in Aries, it is more physical exercise. If it was in Libra, it would be mental exercise. It's just the nature of your element. So you don't just understand the zodiac sign, you must understand the element. Remember, this is alchemy. So you're also taking into consideration the element, because once you understand the nature of the element, then it becomes easier to understand the nature of the zodiac, why it behaves the way it behaves. So you're taking into consideration the elemental value of things. Because again, that's essentially what you would be doing in Thelema anyway. When you do your tarot readings, you're considering the emotional balance of the cards. So you're not just taking, oh, this card is good or bad. You're taking into consideration the elemental balance. Is it too much of this, too little of this? And what does that mean? Because then you have to put on your chemist hat. Because then that gives you a feel of it. You can tap into the feel of it when you understand the emotional balance. Instead of looking at the cards individually. And then, because you have to then tap into the individual cards, because one card will represent like a whole thing. Like in regular tarot readings, one card may represent the past, another card represents the present, another card represents the future. So you just got one card that is supposed to represent this vast index of activity. And that's why I don't consider it really constructive at this point. Because you one card can't possibly tell you the whole circumference of a person's present, past, or future. So like these individual card readings there is no way for you to get into the essence of what's basically the feel. It's not enough information for you to catch a feel of it. Because when you're able to catch the feel, that makes a person, you could say, nostalgic. When you're able to reminisce, essentially, that's going into the energy of Pisces. When you're able to reminisce, you're able to like tap into it again. Because every moment has its own signature, so you can tap into the signature of energy. So you can catch that vibe, you can catch that feel when you can have that information available, because you have a whole sequence of cards that all are influencing each other instead of just one card. It's just really something that you really can't go back to once you see the value of it. See, everybody is not going to see the value of it because they feel like that's way too much information. And that's how I was at first when I was doing things traditionally. Like, oh yeah, all you need is one card to explain a whole dimension of something. Until you start doing it yourself, like, all right, if you're really trying to go into the depth of anything, it requires you to catch a feel of, for example, if you see a lot of fire and only two water cards, that gives you a better feel of, oh yeah, it's once you understand the fire elements, a lot of activity, it's a lot of aggression, ambition. There's a lot of heat and will to do something here. There's a lot of, so it's like that. Even without you knowing the cards, that you see, just by you being able to read the elemental value of a situation, helps you understand what dynamics are at play, even before you go into the depth of any card. Which you see, you don't even have to. That's the benefit of it. The benefit of it is you don't even have to go into depth into the individual cards. It's just the sequence itself has its own meaning. Now, if you want to go into the inner dimensions, you can, but it's not necessary because you have enough information already available to you. But you see, I guess that's a whole nother type of skill set, which is why most people are not really attracted to that. They will prefer to keep things on face value, and so be it. But you will like, okay, this is it's necessary for you to have a grasp on the feel. Especially if you just want to deal with the tarot at all, the tarot is for you to tap into the feel of something. How the fuck are you supposed to get a feel of anything with no emotional intelligence, no elemental intelligence? How is that supposed to give you a feel of any scenario? You just got one card. What is one card gonna do? When you're trying to understand the wholeness of anything, you're trying to tap into the intelligence so you can visualize and picture and understand the emotional things at play. So that way when you ask, it ain't even that you ask the tarot anything. Because at a certain point, you don't even ask the tarot anything. It's just a sequence of it's like how you know how the Jedi Masters were able to detect when there's a disturbance in the Force in Star Wars. Whenever there was a disturbance in the Force, if you're in tune with the Force, you're able to detect a disturbance. So the tarot then becomes when you're in tune with your own universe, it's really just you using that as a key to discover what's going on in certain chambers within yourself. So it ain't even about the outer world at a certain point. Again, that's what makes the tarot different than just a tool of fortune telling, even though that's how most people read it, because they're still trying to figure out outward things, what's going on in this person's life, this person's life. But when you move on, when you evolve, I'm like, oh, I can use this to understand myself, which is the whole point of it. How do you know what exists in your subconscious mind or what exists in your unconscious mind? And how would you be able to gather certain information, without you having to do some hardcore spiritual activities? That's why the tarot was chosen as the most, you can say, necessary tool. Because there will be a time where, people forget all of these things. I mean, again, just look at this, what 100 years did. Again, you can say it becomes harder and harder to tap into, you can say, the so-called spiritual world. It's not that it's becoming easier and easier. Because there's just a lot of, you can say, malefic energy present. The energy is not really soft enough. You got to break through a lot of barriers, and it's at a point where it's just not really needed to really delve into the happenings of things. Even though, of course, it's going to always be money in that. People want to always do it. But when you're really into it, you just use it as a tool to really understand your own energy and to get a feel of yourself and what needs to be done to continue your work. So you're really asking yourself questions about what needs to be done when it comes to the work versus you concerned with the happenings of anybody else. What is the next step in the work? That would be an interesting question, which you see has no concern with anyone else but you. And you know, I have to go through symbolism. I have to go through keys in order to get my answers. It ain't gonna just be a voice that just tells me. And you wouldn't want that anyway. You know that you have to do the work. So work is always required for you to get any type of answer or solution. That's why when I say when it just comes to one card, what work is to be done with one dimension versus you having a whole sequence. So you can catch vibes. Oh yeah, I see. I don't even need to look at the cards. I just need to catch a feel. How you gonna catch a feel with one card? Now you can catch a feel into that one card, but we know that life has various sequences and variations. You need to tap into the variations, the elemental twist that we know life to be. We know life to be full of variations and twist. So we have to tap into those variations because that's just more realistic. Life is, you can say, very complex and very chaotic. We have to see the chaos. One card is not enough to see the chaos. You need to see the chaos in the sequence. That's how any sequence, it looks like chaos. Just think about any sequence, any number sequence, even people's phone numbers. That's chaos. If somebody just said their number and you didn't have time to write it down, it was like, that's just like chaos. You don't know, like, yo, they just spoke to me in numbers. That's how that works. If somebody just starts speaking numbers to you, it will be like they're speaking chaos to you. You wouldn't be able to understand. But if those numbers had meanings, which is the whole purpose of 93. Like, okay, what does 93 mean? It's the idea behind giving numbers significance. That's the whole purpose of it. Meaning it's internal. Meaning this is a internal conversation. So when 93 is said, that means we're having an internal conversation. We're going to talk about the source of things. 9 is the highest vibration. Then 3 is the teachings of the law. Remember, the Lima is the law. The law breaks down to 9. True will. Will is Mars. Mars is 9. So it's just the philosophy of one's own true will, which is what the Lima is. The philosophy of your law. Your true will is essentially your law. The law you chose to live under and manifest into. So us knowing ourselves is just having an understanding of the law that we chose to incarnate into. So we can know all about universal law all we want, but what is your law? So this is what I mean by one card is just not enough for you to really get a feel on anything realistic, especially if we're talking about internal concepts, where you're asking very hard questions that can't be answered by human beings. So all you have is the tarot. You're going to need more than one card to be able to make some sense of what's going on. But you know, there's many people who don't even see that as an issue. So that's why I understand there's stages, there's levels to it. Because again, at one point I was that person. It really gave you a way out. Because it's just one card, so you didn't really have to go too in depth into it. Because like, oh well, it's the death card, so it's death, it's transformation, it's intensity. You can really just describe the meanings, and you didn't really have to go too deep into it. But if it's a sequence of cards, that requires you, now you got to give it, you can't just go through a sequence of cards and just not say, okay, this is intensity, it's transformation, and move on. You're like, yo, it's 9 cards down there. How you going to give me, you see, it requires you to then use the skills in which you claim you have. So it's a test of skill. Which is what the tarot was always about. That's what the real game is always about, skill. This is what we're here for. You're here in the court to gain some type of skill set. Well, you do have people who are just trying to, get rich fast and, just trying to work with demons to have some type of advantage. You do have those people. Better. But eventually they will. But the real purpose of the occult is to gain a skill set of how to interpret. It's interpretation. How do I interpret the language of my own subconscious mind? How do I interpret the language of these numbers? How do I interpret the language of these images that we see on the tarot? All this is a realm of interpretation. That's what the 3 is. 3, Jupiter, is interpretation. So what is it that you're interpreting? The 9, which is the law. Interpretation of the law. Law interpretation, which is what a person's true will is. So when you are actively engaging in manifesting your true will, that requires you to always be interpreting, which is the whole purpose of reading Thelemic works, because they have to be interpreted. You have to have, you can say, the Thelemic eye. Meaning, it's the same thing with anything else. If you're not really a part of it, then it's not gonna make no sense, because it's like it's not sincere. You don't think the spirits know if you're sincere or not? This is for anything. For the people that believe in God, you don't think that God knows if that is sincere or not? So that's why I'm not even gonna pretend like the spirit don't know the difference between real and fake. Especially if the spirit is older than me. It's older than me. So who am I to think I can outsmart it? If anything, I should be true to it. Even if it's, you can say, unfriendly or a little harsh at times. So that's 93, Melithic interpretation. 93, Melithic interpretation. That's the most basic definition I can give you. Melithic interpretation. That's all I do, right? I am interpreting the more melithic parts of all things, which I know is just because people are so, I guess, repelled from malefic energy. It's just not going to be done otherwise. So that's why I took it upon myself to do it, and that's essentially what I've been doing. My whole life is just activating malefic energy. I'm like, I've been doing this my whole life, activating malefic energy. How do I know this? Because it was a time where, I just wasn't afraid to die. So I'm just doing shit. I guess every young person, you just doing shit. You don't really have an idea of time. So you're just living in the moment. You're living in the now. The time. You're not thinking like, damn, I'm gonna be here for a long fucking time. I should probably move in perseverance. Young forever. Anyway, as you get older, you develop an understanding of time. Like, all right, damn, I'm gonna be here for a long fucking time. Even though it's short, it's still long. It's short, but it's long. It's an oxymoron. Because anybody who's had to check out of here before their time, what they felt was their time, they didn't want to go. Or at least not consciously, but subconsciously they may have. That's the whole point of things have to be interpreted because everything leaves a signature. That's the lesson of the night. Everything leaves a signature, so you can tap into the signature of anything. So if you can tap into the signature of anything, you might as well learn how to interpret the signals, the symbols, and all of the things that is left behind of any circumstance or situation. Everything essentially leaves a blueprint. Everything leaves a code. So it's nothing you can't tap into, especially when it comes to you. So you use the tarot to interpret you. Fuck trying to interpret anybody else or any other situation. You use it to interpret you. It's when you make it completely personal, then it start to treat you that way. That's what people, they don't get to that point. The tarot behaves differently towards you when you become sincere. When you stop asking foolish fucking questions. How am I going to get rich? How am I going to do this? How am I going to this? Foolish. When you're like, oh, instead of me just asking out of the sky questions or foolish questions, things that really don't mean nothing. Why not just pull cards and see what speaks? Let me stop with the bullshit. Trying to make it something it's not. After all, I'm tapping into myself, so I'm activating myself. So if I'm treating the tarot as a fortune-telling tool, I'm treating myself as this tool because I am the tool in which it's interpreting. So how you treat the tarot is your energy. How it's based on how you treat yourself. It's your energy in which is activating this whole divine act or demonic act. And as we say, we only look at the reflection of who and what we are. So, meaning it's the same whether you devote your life to God or you devote your life to the devil. It's the same sequence of devotion. You still must be devoted, whether you're on the dark side or the light side. You still must be devoted. That doesn't change because that's the activator. And that's why I say I wouldn't even got involved in 93 if I wasn't going to fully dedicate to it. Because I knew, like, all right, it's pointless for me to deal with ancient energy Like they not gonna be able to read my intent. And then at that point, whatever comes to you comes to you. But when the intent is like, oh, you're not just disturbing my sleep because you're trying to ask for this. You're going towards a 9 and not the 6. I'm just going to speak in numerology. You have evolved beyond the limitations of the 6 because the 6 is limited. And in order to satisfy that limitation, you must go towards the 9. So once you go towards the 9 sincerely, because you know that I will not be fulfilled in the 6. The 6 is just a world of illusion. You can get lost in illusion thinking you can find fulfillment, but you're not going to find it there. You have to continue your journey through the numbers, which is the 7, the 8, and finally the 9. Because the 6 is always going to take you to heights, but then it's going to take you to lows, then it's going to take you to heights, then it's going to take you to lows, then it's going to take you to heights, and it's going to take you to lows. That's the journey of the 6. That now you can say that's most people's lives. It's peaks and lows, peaks and lows, peaks and lows, peaks and lows. That's the 6. It's not until you go into the 7 that, like, oh shit, I'm not just a victim of the circumstance. I have control over the course. But that requires me to change what I'm doing. Because my course is being thrown off because of how I'm living. Meaning that's why people begin to change their life, or you should implement different activities and different habits because you understand certain things bring chaos to you unnecessarily. What I mean by that is, it's like when they say no good deed goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished, which means you can try to be the nicest person helping everybody in the world. But eventually, you can say, begin to call your phone just for nonsense. Let's just say you was a person who was just giving out your number to any and everybody because you feel like can help people. So at first it starts, people seek help, but then now people just want to be talked to. And now this becomes something what it's not. Because it begins to be abused. The reason this happened is because we wasn't clear with our intent. We wasn't honest enough with our intent. People were just not honest enough to say that, oh, like, okay, I just want I just want sexual contact with the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever it is. People feel like okay, well, like, why would God just give you some ass? Right? They're like, okay, well, like, why would God just give me some ass? God would probably give me a wife or a husband or all these things. God is just gonna give you some ass. Like, why would God do that? It's the 10 Commandments tells you not to fornicate. So why would God put that? You're like, well, God tempts you just to see if you fall victim. So I'm like, okay, what kind of trickery is this? So if I ask for some ass and I get, like, oh, God is tempting me, like, okay, I'll give it to you just to see if you're really gonna take it. You're like, wait a minute. So now I'm being tested to see if I'm really sincere. And I guess that's essentially what people deal with. Which is why people say be careful what you ask for, because they realize that they get it, but it's like, yo, the cost of this is not what you expected. Which is always the case. That's always the case. Like when you ask for things, you're not aware of what the negative energy that comes with the positive thing you're asking for. That's essentially what I mean by you may start off with positive intent, but it becomes negative because people start to abuse it. But that's just what happens with anything. That's why one of the lines of Jay-Z is you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Right? So for sure. You either die a hero or die young, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Until you've seen that happen, it's just lines. Then when you realize, like, oh, at one point everyone was on my side, and at some point that was no longer the case. Did they change or did I change? It's just that the intent was not pure. Even if the intent is negative, it still has to be pure. People just don't have pure intent. That's the difference. Your intent has to be pure. Pure just means you know that everything comes at a cost. Everything you ask for it's gonna come with some bullshit attached. So in reality, you discovering how to deal with the negative or the bullshit that comes attached with everything, that allows you to it's like you're doing things that most people couldn't do essentially. What I mean by that is most people want to be heroes, but heroes die young. Because eventually you become the villain. The same love people have for you eventually becomes hate. Because you've just been around too long. People get too used to you. You become the norm. You're no longer a spectacle. Something that was impossible, now people know it's possible. It's like now they're looking for the next impossible thing. That's just what happens. People get, fed. People get bored. Even if it's something brilliant or magnificent. Because again, we've had brilliant and magnificent people here on this physical plane. But you see a lot of us, especially in hip hop and rap industry, we find ourselves surrounded by people that want to kill us. And that's what happens. That's why we get set up and again tricked out of our position because we're not watching our own back. We got people watching our back, but we wasn't watching our own back. So that's why the dark path is the solo path. You're not really too fond of trying to have a bunch of friends or give trust to many people because you just know human nature. Sometimes it's not what a person wants to do, it's what they are pulled to do. Because remember, we're dealing with demons, we're dealing with urges that people haven't learned how to control. So a person may love your friendship, but you put 50,000 in their face and you walk out the room. They may be willing to end that friendship and take that money and just never be seen from again. And a lot of times when you have success, things like that happen, but those are not really things you hear about. We don't really hear about the personal lives of successful people. We just see the success. We don't know. You know why they don't never show you that? Because it's very chaotic. That ain't the part to be shown. Because you're always going through change. You go through more change than the average person because you're. Alright, we're back. You're seeing more change than the average person. Essentially, when you become successful, that you age a lot faster because you're seeing more. You're seeing things a lot quicker. I mean, it may take a person 10 years to see who their real friends are. You may see it in 2. Just because success just brings out certain demons in people that you may not see when you can say everybody is on the same level. When everybody's on the same level, cool. But when you start to hit new levels, it's bringing out certain demons that maybe they didn't even know they had. Jealousy may not come out until they see that now you having things that they don't have. So maybe they wasn't jealous at first, but then they became it. They didn't even know that that was a demon that they had to fight off until they was put in situations. That's what happens with success. And when people that's around you, where you're like, yo, this person been around me this amount of time, and we've been cool, but it wasn't until these new demons were introduced. Now we started to fall out because those new demons were not around in the original gathering. But when you take on new levels, you're faced with new demons. And when you are encountering these new demons, you can say, that's why they say it's lonely at the top. They say it's lonely at the top because sometimes you're the only one that made it. They came to fight those demons. You was the only one. All the times that's what happens. By the time you look around and you're like, damn, I didn't fought off some big demons, then you turn back to see who's still with you and you may not see nobody. They didn't win all those battles. But again, it's battles that they didn't even know that they were fighting. That's the whole point, because they were subconscious. Like I said, a person may not show off jealousy at first. It may be something that comes afterwards. But that's a demon they always had. They just didn't know until they were faced with that situation. So it's just certain dark energies that we don't know we have until we're in certain predicaments. Unless you bring that energy forth yourself, which is essentially what the dark arts is. The dark arts is you bringing forth those negative qualities within yourself without you having to be put in a particular situation. You're like, damn, I didn't know I can scream that loud. Damn, I didn't know I can be that aggressive. It's like you start to learn what you're really capable of. And because we're not really put in those situations, just because we go to work and come home every day, we're not put in life and death situations every day. But we still have those killer instincts within us. So they remain suppressed because life doesn't really call for that anymore. We're not in a position where we're amongst wild animals and you can be encountered at any moment, at any time. You got to be ready to defend yourself any moment, any time. Some people feel like that their life is in danger every day, but it's nowhere near the level of danger our ancestors face. as dangerous or as ruthless as America is, it's still pretty safe around here, even in the hoods. How do we know this? Because there's most of the people dying have a reason to die. What I mean by that is we know that street characters are not innocent people, so they are involved in things that we know nothing of. So just because they're, you can say, killing each other, there's reasons that we know not of. So to us, it just appears senseless. To them, it's not senseless. To them, it's justified. That's why you can say, like, community activists and all these people have not been successful in bringing, you can say, a stop to gang violence, because you can't bring a stop to something that you try to approach logically, and they're not approaching things logically. I didn't kill this person because I'm just a killer at heart. I'm envisioning the death of my friend who was killed by this person, or that person has something to do with it. So when that's the mentality is vengeance. You can't deal with a person that's filled with rage and vengeance logically and try to bring some sense to that. When in their mind, they're suffering every day because of the actions of this person. And that's what happens. So a lot of our people are going through a lot of pain and strife because we have become victims of this very intelligent, sophisticated game that we call the Matrix, and it gives you all of your vices so easily. That is very simple to become, you could say, spiritually bankrupt. It ain't even a money thing because your money can increase exponentially. It's the spiritual currency that takes the hit. Meaning we don't remember the people that were not like ultra successful, which is most people. Meaning everybody is not successful as a Drake, right, or a Lil Wayne, an NBA YoungBoy. You know, all these people who have just broken records ridiculously. There's many more people who were just, you can say, one hit wonders, or they were just locally known. So you can say majority of these people are essentially forgotten or never really remembered, because we just remember the face. So going to the darker arts, the reason why we're here, because this is what manipulates the genetic code, and the whole purpose of the great work is to manipulate your own genetic code. not nobody else's. Not change the universe, not change the world, not be a hero, but actually be a villain. See, when we think about the idea of a villain, we think, okay, this is an anti-hero. Their thinking is 180 degrees different from the heroes. Same thing when we think about the Jedi versus the Sith Lords. You can say, yes, it's just the law of polarity manifesting. There's always going to be a good and evil. But you can say both is an illusion. Both is an illusion. Because you can say there's really no good or evil. Because you can't say there's really no good and there's really evil. Or there's really evil but no good. That you got to cancel both of them out. No, is that a ticket to just start wilding out? Nah, because you know it's going to be consequences if you just start doing things physically. But mentally, there's no limits. So you have to decide which realm you're going to participate on, which is going back to the first universal law, the law of mentalism. So that's telling you right there which realm you should be participating in anyway. But for whatever reason, people continue to engage in these physical mishaps. But we see this leads to nothing, this recklessness and nothingness. Because, you know, after you harm people and after you violate people's free will, then, you know, there's going to always be some retribution, whether it's in the court or the street. So that's why it's like, all right, do what thou wilt, but you're not moving in a way where you are infringing on the free will of another being. That's the level of finesse you use. Because if you use that level of finesse, then you shouldn't have any problems because you are not violating no one's free will. You're not forcing anybody to do anything they don't want to do. If anything, the majority of your work is on yourself. And through the work that you do on yourself, you may be able to influence others to participate in your doings. But it's because you are a manifestation of your work. And you always remember that. I'm a manifestation of my work. So even the people that choose to participate is only because of your results. It's not just because they feel sorry for you. So long as you are moving forward with your results, then you're going to get people that want to be a part of the results because the results are worth being a part of. It's worth being next to a powerful energy when you know the potential that you have to give. But you also know it comes at a cost that no matter how much of a hero you strive to be, it's going to always be people who view you as a villain. The reason why people view you as a villain, no matter essentially how good you try to do, no matter how many people you try to help, no matter how much good you do, people will always label you with your faults. But that's just human nature. So when you stay within your realm, it really doesn't matter. It's only when you try to cross over to worlds in which you don't belong, then now they're gonna question why you here. In other words, you're dealing with very powerful magicians when you enter into the world of politics or you enter into the medical industry, the music industry, all these powerful pieces. You're dealing with very crafty and skillful people. So that's why I said earlier, the purpose of you even being acquainted with the occult should be for the purposes of learning skills. You can get caught up in the materialism of what demons can do, what angels can do, all the superpowers. And I'm not saying those things are not possible. But at the same time, if you understand you're dedicating your whole existence to certain activities, then it's just better to understand what exactly are you signing up for here? Because you're basically engaging in activity which every religion classifies as forbidden. They all have their reasons. They call it devil worship of some form or figure, so on and so forth, right? You're going to hear that no matter what religion you're a part of. You engage in any type of this activity, then you're basically labeled as outlaw, at least openly. So you're basically outcasting yourself from any mainstream participation because they don't really acknowledge none of this stuff. Anything that I'm saying is not really acknowledged by any mainstream fraternities or anything within the realm of materialism. Which I completely understand because I'm like, my introduction into this was because spirit ran up on me. So I completely understand why a person like, I don't really believe in any of that. But yeah, because before it happened to me, I was the same way. So I completely understand a person who like, all right, just because you're saying these things doesn't make it real. I'm like, yeah. It wasn't real till the shit became real to me. And I'm like, oh, well, am I just going to act like that didn't happen? Or am I going to take it upon myself to learn what's really going on here? How was that even possible? That's what really attracted me to 93 or Thelema. For those who may be curious, how did you end up here? Because when you read the story of Aleister Crowley, I'm like, I seen similarities. So when he says Awas came to him and then announced himself to him, it ain't like he was doing something and Awas disappeared. No, Awas came to him. So when I think about what happened to me, I'm like, yeah, that's what happened. It wasn't that I was trying to do some type of spell. I didn't care about any of that stuff at that point. But I'm like, well, for what? So it wasn't until it happened to me. Oh, a spirit announced its name to you. And then it's real because I just Googled it and then it's real. So I'm like, how did I just hear that? It spoke through me. It ain't just spoke to me, it spoke through me. It used my voice like its voice. My voice became its voice. So like it took control of me. It didn't even give me It didn't give me an option. It's like it just took a hold of me. Like you have no say so in what's happening here. That's what happened to me. Is I had no I had no say so. It ain't like do you choose? It didn't ask me my permission. My permission was not asked. It just snatched my ass and just spoke through me. Some people may call that possession. Like, all right, cool. But I wasn't doing anything to even to call upon that. Nonetheless, it happened. And then I'm like, okay, this is whatever just happened was real because I just googled it and I just there it is. So either I'm gonna find out what just happened there, or I'm gonna just pretend like it didn't happen. I just took it upon myself to start doing the knowledge of what just happened here. And that's essentially led myself to 93. Why? Because the energy was Egyptian. That's why I named myself after these things. I'm like, this is just what snatched me up and let me know, like, all right, it's time to figure out what's really going on here. It is more than what you know, because here's a perfect example of you don't even understand what's happening to you right now. It's best if you start to figure out what's really up. And yes, that was enough for me to start to figure out what's really up here. Because I had no way of explaining that situation. So, in order for me to find a way to explain it, I had to begin to become knowledgeable of the things surrounding it, which we call the occult. Because whenever I was looking up anything Egyptian, I was finding all type of occultism. That's what led me to the tarot or Thoth's tarot. I'm like, okay, Thoth, that's an Egyptian deity. Of course, I'm going to get the Thoth deck. The Egyptian deities ran up on me. Of course, I'm going to get the Thoth deck. Who created the Thoth deck? Okay, it's this person named Alistair Crowley. Let's see what he's about. Oh, that story is very interesting. It forces me to have to really look into my shadow to even understand here. You can't even look at it without your shadow. I'm like, oh, you gotta have your mask on to even view this. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. If you don't have your mask on, you're either gonna miss what's being said or you're gonna get caught up with what's being said. Like it's certain passages in the literature that talks about like child's blood and slaying children. And you're like, okay, if I don't take this metaphorically, I'm gonna think that this stuff is literal, but these things are metaphorical. If you take these things literally, then it's gonna snap you out of what you think you're doing. Like, okay, this is a little bit too much. Like, no, these things are not telling you to go do these things because you're gonna again, now you're infringing on the person's will, and now you're gonna find yourself in quite a predicament if you take these things literal. If you take it as a metaphor, then it's like, okay, I need to figure out what that's really trying to say there because I know that that's not to be taken literal. I need to figure out what that means. Because if I don't, then I'm gonna go down a real dark path, and it's just not gonna end up good. So I'm just using that as an example of that's just how it forces you to like, okay, that was a pretty wild thing to say there. But it's Alice Crowley, so things is multi-dimensional. So like, okay, it's forcing me to have to like, all right, this is that's not literal right there, because there's nothing in the Lehman that's going to support you murdering people or children. That's not going to support these things, right? But when you read certain things, you're like, wait a minute, why is that there? Why did he just say that? But these are channels. So mind you, when you read certain things of this nature, these are pure channels. So these were not his thoughts. These are not the thoughts of a man. This is under a pure channel. But I am warning you, if you read some of these things, it's going to be pretty extreme things said. that is taken on face value can really interrupt you from going further. Like, wait a minute, why is that there? Or why are certain activities promoted? Like, wait, it's not really promoted. Like, there's not no secret organization doing secret things that nobody knows about here. However, you can start to get mixed into these things because people are into that type of stuff. Because, people start getting into Illuminati things and things that's going on in secret. But these things are worlds apart. But you can begin to mix these things if you're not careful. But that's why it's called the dark side. It's supposed to trip you up if you don't if you just found yourself here essentially. Meaning if you just stumbled upon the Lemic works and you don't even know what you're reading, it's gonna really like, wait a minute, what is this? It's gonna make you feel very strange if you was not invited, essentially. That's essentially what it is. It's like passwords. If you find yourself here and you wasn't invited, you're gonna read this stuff and you're gonna be like, wait, this is I'm gonna just close this and pretend like I wasn't here. You're gonna walk away. You're like, okay, I found myself in a place I'm not welcome. Until you have the occult foundation, like, oh, okay, I need to look at this on many levels. Let me continue my journey. Then you're like, okay, something that would stop the normal person, you're able to get past that. Cause you know that, okay, this ain't telling me to go do something foolish. That's not what it's telling me to do. That's just there as a metaphor. If you're not ready for this, it's gonna really, you're gonna start to question what you're reading. Like, wait a minute, I didn't know. I didn't think this is what it is. But it's there. I was going to basically, there's a lot of passages with blood. It's a lot of references to blood. What is blood from a cat, blood from a child, blood from this, blood from that. It's like, you're like, yo, what's up with all this blood? Well, Nuit told you in chapter 1 of the Lima that no blood is required, no sacrifice is required. So you already know. If you already read the book of the law, it tells you no sacrifice is required. So if you read certain works that's talking about sacrifice, you just have to know if it's a channel, which it is, you have to be able to put it in the proper place of, like, okay, this is a channel. These are not instructions. I need to put this in the full context, which if it's read in the full context, I'm like, okay, well, this has nothing to do with what's going on with me right now. If it's talking about instructions, meaning, for example, I'm just going deeper and deeper into this, just to show you that I actually read the stuff. Certain things are talked about when you are preparing the altar. When you're preparing the altar, it says put blood on the altar. It says the best blood is blood from a child. All right, I'm making direct quotes now. It says the best blood is blood from a child. So if you don't take that in the right context, it's going like, oh, is it telling me that? Anyway, I say if you want to put blood on any altar, you can put your own blood. That way nobody's will is violated and you don't have to do anything strange that seems questionable. And if you do anything strange or questionable, you did it to yourself. Who's going to say anything to you? Of course, right? You can keep it to yourself. Nobody has to know anything. So, yeah, that's why I say if you choose to do anything strange and questionable, you always have yourself to experiment on. When nobody's looking, you can do whatever you want amongst yourself. Nobody's free will is violated. And if you have participants, everybody agreed to participate, right? Nobody's free will is violated, everybody's fine. If that's what you choose to do, but if you don't, it's not necessary, right? None of that is necessary. That's why it's called do what thou wilt. If it is not your will to engage in mysterious activities, nobody's going to make you do anything. Because who is anybody to tell you what your will is? So who's anybody to tell you what you should or should not be doing? Right? So in that case, your true will essentially allows you to travel your own orbit without running into anybody else's gravitational pull. Everybody has their own orbit, and you can travel your orbit without getting pulled into anybody's gravitational pull. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as this. If you know how to move, you know how to move without getting pulled into this chaos, that chaos. Because remember, you're moving through the universe. Whenever we're past people, people are miniature universes. So as we travel through the universe, because we are traveling through the universe, because people are miniature universes, so we're traveling through the universe. We don't even realize this, but we are. You don't even know you just passed Pallades, that you have certain ties that you have internally will be reflected externally. Meaning, if you're drawn to a certain person, whether it's positive or negative, there's a reason for that. You don't even know there's an internal war between certain star constellations that your planets are drawn to, or there's a conjunction between a fixed star and your natal planets. That's just taking it a step further. So when you encounter certain people, that is going to be there's going to be some energy. There's going to be tension, whether positive or negative. But it's not just because you just ran into a particular person. It's because you ran into a particular energy. So when you understand everything is energy, you treat everything as it should be treated and not how it shouldn't be treated. Where people just fall, you can say, just crazy in love and lose themselves. When the first love must be the love for self. So you love self because you know that you can produce all the results with self. The whole purpose of dealing with this occult or magical energy is you can do it with just your energy. This energy doesn't require you to start a fraternity or start some type of organization and start manipulating people for their money. You don't have to do all this strange and mysterious things that we hear people doing, and none of these things are necessary. Unless you just choose to engage in these things because that is just your true will, then so be it. Other than that, if you are the solo practitioner, you are the solo practitioner, and that's what's it will be. Nobody's gonna tell you anything different, nor can they tell you anything different. So that's what I'm saying. Because I'm encouraging you to read the Thelemic literature, but I'm telling you, you will encounter lines of that nature, and I'm just telling you, it's up to you how you interpret these things. If you want to be one dimensional, three dimensional, or seven dimensional, and put things in the proper context, and you'll be fine. But this is the whole purpose of why this literature exists. The literature exists. If it's giving you insight into the mind of the ancestors, this is what I mean by this would not be accepted in mainstream. This stuff would be pretty forbidden. Why? Because it was a time where those things were accepted. All right? We may not be in a time where these things are accepted, but they may have existed in a time where those things were accepted. So, that's what I mean by we have to put things into the time period. in which things are spoken about. So if an ancient spell was revealed, and it tells you it's not that it's telling you to do anything. It's telling you the ingredients in which an altar was composed. It's just telling you what they did. It's not telling you what you should do. Because we live in times where it's like, okay, yeah, somebody's gonna have a problem with that. But we know that our times are not all times. There's a lot of things that was accepted back then that simply is just you would be reprimanded for now without question. So that's what I mean by whenever we're digging into the past, we just have to understand it is the past and certain things are kind of cringy. Nonetheless, in certain times it was accepted. As we know, it was acceptable for anybody just to use the N word. I say it's acceptable now too. Who cares? But it's in a lot of literature that end up getting banned today. Like a lot of literature that just had that word in abundance. They don't even. It's like it didn't exist now. They just like took it out of the curriculum. But I remember even in my time where books with the N word still existed and we had to read these things out loud. So this is when I was in school. I'm like, if I was in school now, that book definitely wouldn't be there. But it was there when I was in school. So like I remember those type of experiences. I'm like, okay, we gotta read this stuff out loud. And this is a majority white school, which is which was just like I can laugh at these things now, but it just these things confused me when I was younger. I was confused. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Why are we a majority white school and we reading a book with the N word and we just so this just overlook it. I'm like, wait a minute. Out of all books in the history of books, this had to be the book that we have to read it out loud. Like what what are we doing here? Like what are we doing here? I'm like, oh okay, this is systematic. This is it was only like two or three, you can say so called black people in the class. So I'm like, wait a minute. So if we wasn't here, if it wasn't the two or three of us here, would the instructions be different? They're just told not to say it because, like, okay, sometimes we have black students now, so we can't say these things out loud. However, before that was the case, we were just able to read this out loud. I think that was the only change that was made is they wasn't able to say it out loud. That was the only change. They wasn't able to say it. But at one point, that what they was able to say. So they didn't want to change the book because the book is just so traditional. It's just essentially a part of the culture. The book was just so cultural to them. They're like, "Yeah, we ain't changing the book. We just not gonna say it." Versus now, that book is like probably not in existence. I know that book is no longer there now. But I know I'm like the further you go back, like oh that's light compared to what the ancestors had to endure. Because they're getting these things said to their faces. And then they still got to go to school. So now they going to school where the people are untamed. Like the people don't want them there versus the people like, all right, they're there, so we gonna at least deal with them. But that wasn't always the case. Like you're dealing with people with pure hatred. You're like, yo, I ain't do nothing to these people. Like it ain't personal. It ain't that you even did anything to anybody. You just there trying to do your work like everybody else. But it's what's within them, their own shadows that you bring out. And that's what I mean. Like, we pay attention to these things. Like, it was a time where we were just bringing out people's shadows. They just couldn't help but just to show forth their shadows. It's like we just bring this out of people. I'm like, some people would consider that a curse. Some people would consider that a gift. It's personal choice because if you consider it a gift, that means your path will probably be potentially dark, but you can say essential and necessary. Which essentially, which what started what we call hip hop, right? Hip hop comes from the dark. Hip hop comes from these very dark situations and fragmented realities that somehow found some type of order in the chaos. The whole environment was fragmented, but somehow order was caused from fragmentation, which was, you can say, a very divine science, something that we shouldn't even have had access to that. But somehow we tapped in, you can say, to an ancient intelligence that we wasn't even supposed to have access to, and it brought about an entire change. We tapped into, you can say, something forbidden, because as I was saying earlier, it was forbidden for hip hop to even be listened to. Nobody wanted to even hear it. It was a time that it was, even to this day, people don't even want to hear hip hop. Hip hop is something that people to this day do not want to hear. They don't want to hear that. It's still forbidden to this day to a lot of people. Not just some people, a lot of people. A lot of people don't even want to hear it. It has never been accepted by them. Even to this day, say what, 50 years later. So yeah, we just tend to forget these things because it may be accepted where we are. We tend to forget, like, yo, this energy is forbidden. It may be accepted, but the darker arts of it isn't. What's really necessary to master these arts isn't a part of the status quo whatsoever. But this was never to be a part of the status quo. I said, I'm just giving it to you in the pure essence, without putting it in a song or putting it in literature. I'm just giving you the rawest way, which is from mouth to ear. That's the rawest way, from mouth to ear, without all the editing that comes with books, all the politics that comes with music, and all these things that the filters we have to go through to get out our message. If there even is a message to get out, what is the goddamn message? Is there a message at all? Are we just fooling ourselves to think that there is a message where there really is no message? 'Cause what would the message be? Like, what else do we need to create our reality? We have the whole fucking internet. We have something that nobody has before us, which allows us to, you could say, magnify ourselves to whichever heights that we choose to climb. So the only limitations we have is the limitations in our own mind, because the heights are there for us to climb if that's what we choose to do. So what limitations do we truly have other than you just may be the only one? But we already know it's lonely at the top, so is that really a surprise? That it just may be you who's willing to take on. that responsibility. But who else is really qualified? So it's like it ain't even that it's being asked of you. It's like it just has to be done. Which is, I'm like, that's essentially how I felt. It's like the ancestors didn't run up on me because they didn't have nothing else to do, and then they didn't ask. Like, can we enter your space? They didn't ask me a goddamn thing. It's like, yo, it's just time. That's it. You don't even have a choice. We ain't asking you for nothing. We're just about to confuse you and just leave you, and then you figure out what the fuck just happened. We ain't explaining shit. They didn't explain shit. We ain't about to explain what just happened. You figure it out. It's on you. But we just gotta wake you up. We just gonna kick you in your ass and see if you take it upon yourself to explore what's possible. Because that was beyond possibility to you just now. That wasn't possible in your world, in your reality. Ain't nobody else talking about how spirits is running up on them. That's not common talk. Not in the way that it happened to you. So that ain't something that's gonna be honored to anybody but you. Because how could they relate to that if it never happened to them? So I mean, you gotta take it and you have to do something with it. And through that, you may spark others to do the same for themselves. But that's it though. Like, what else is there for us to do for you? We gave you everything you supposed to have. It's on you now. And that's essentially what it comes down to, right? Like, what else really do we need the ancestors to do when they didn't giving us the whole internet? So yo, we just waiting on you. Like, majority of us have no idea what's really on the internet. Because then you got things like the dark web, which is even more. Like, you can say that's the forbidden web, right? Now we talking about the forbidden things, which is basically where the darker transactions occur. Now people buying things that you probably shouldn't be buying, as we call the black market. That's what the black market is. Is a market that majority of the people use? No, it's like if you know type of deal. People ain't just talking about this shit just commonly. This ain't common talk. Oh, I got this off the black market. Hey, that ain't stuff you just hearing each and every day by just normal people. That's a special class of person basically. 'Cause like you had to figure out how to get there yourself. Ain't nobody how to do it. Unless that person was close to you, then they're like, yeah, I'm already doing this. I'll show you how. But if you wasn't like close to a person, they ain't just readily revealing that information. But these things are possible. Like things that we don't think is possible is possible. It's just not revealed to the public. That's still how cryptocurrency is. Most people don't even understand the freedom you have with cryptocurrency. You don't have to go through credit. Like what? Oh, I can just buy this. Like, yo, fuck the credit score. The credit score don't matter no more. All these status quo things that people set up to matter now, this stuff don't matter no more. People are thinking about how much Bitcoin is worth. It's like, yo, the worth don't even matter. That was never the point. That's just a consequence of how useful it is. That was never the point of like, well, how much it's worth. It don't matter how much it's worth. It's the usability or the freedom it gives. Like we're hearing about it to this day. Like people are more and more countries using Bitcoin, and it's giving them freedom that they never had before. Like it's allowing them freedom because they don't have to use another country's currency anymore. They're using Bitcoin. So now they don't have to pay those taxes of using another country's currency. So that's putting money in their pocket. That's what cryptocurrency allows. You to keep money in your pocket ultimately because you're not paying all these extra taxes and fees and having to go through all these certifications and all these obstacles that have been set up to essentially keep you out of the money game, as they call it. Because you see, with the money game, they pick and choose who they want to operate with. So it really ain't your choice. They have to choose you. It's not even them. It's not you choosing them. It's them choosing you. And because they have to choose you, the reason they're choosing you is because you fit into some type of archetype that they've already have constructed, and you become the vessel of a creation that they already had. That's why they already give you the script. Like, all right, we already got the script. We already got the costume. Like, they already be having everything ready because you just fit the energy. They were just waiting on the energy. So that's how they work. They just waiting on the energy. They already got the script for you. They already got everything that you need. Lights, camera, action. They already got everything for you. You want to be a rapper? They already got people that make beats. They already got people that make the videos. They already got promoters. They got everything you need. They just need the energy. You ain't even gotta write your own rhymes. They got writers for you. You just gotta be the one performing it. You ain't even gotta be the one writing it. Like, and it's been that way for some time. Like, you essentially they're taking away all the things that you could say made a person legendary or made a person classical because they had to figure out how to do all these things instead of it already being figured out for you. Because at one time you had to figure out all these things because nobody knew what to do. Like hip hop is new. Like how do you market a new genre? Like it wasn't. Nobody just had the answers. They had to figure out the answers. The answers had to be figured out. We're just at a point where they figured out the answers, but it corrupts the music because now they try to pattern the music off of a system instead of it being based on what's authentic. But again, this is just how numbers work. They're just going off of the numbers. So, well, this type of music is producing the numbers. We're gonna go with the numbers. It ain't even the music that they care about. It's ultimately the numbers. So once hip hop started doing the numbers, they just started going with hip hop. It ain't because they actually cared. It's just it produces numbers. This is just how business works. It's not that you care why the business is making money. It's just that you're in the business to make money. You're not really caring why this product is selling more than that product. Because you're going to make money either way. Okay, in winter, people buy chocolate milk. In the summertime, people buy strawberry milk. They buy a different type in fall. They buy a different type in spring. I'm just going to give them options. You're not really caring why certain things sell more at certain times. You just catch on to the trends. Like, oh, because that ain't gonna be information that you just know off bat. You don't know that until it happens. Like, yo, every time winter happened, people they buy this crazy amounts. Let's put it on sale so we can sell more. You just take advantage of the trends that occur naturally because it's patterns that people just don't know of. That's why we created holidays. Holidays are symbols of patterns that we have recognized. There's patterns that happen at this time of the year. We're just going to call this Christmas. We're going to call this day New Year's. You're like, how is New Year's in the middle of winter? Why is our New Year's in wintertime? Why is it not in the spring? Our New Year's is winter time, Capricorn season. Because that's America. Capricorn season. It's just symbols. Goats. Baphomets. Baphomets. That's America. Like they took it and did their own thing with it. So that's what I was saying about earlier. Like, yeah, you may have people who was doing this stuff literally, but they took it and they did their own thing with it, which is completely different than what it was originally. Which is, but that's going to happen. People are going to do their own thing with it, but they definitely have. And I guess they pass it on to us because we become involved in that when we do business with them. I guess that's when people say they get invited to certain type of parties and functions. Meaning this is stuff that they already do. This is a lifestyle they already live. This is just something that's new to you. That's something that they are essentially introducing to you. Something that they do anyway. So it just becomes a matter of once they find your weakness, then they're gonna exploit it. But they have to know who you are. So they put people in position to get to know you. You may think a girl really like you, but she just there collecting information. You may think a dude really like you. He just there collecting information. They're real sneaky with their tactics, but nonetheless they play. That's why most people are just above their heads dealing with, you can say, just anything on the industry level. Most people have no idea the type of power that certain entities contain because they just focus on the money. But if you instead focus on power, now you see things differently because that's what they are focused on. They're focused on power. This is a game of power. It's not about who's making the most money or who has the fastest car, who has the most expensive things, all the things that we tend to care about that they try to put in our face, but it's for you, it ain't even for them. They want to fool you. Because you the key to the whole operation. But they're not going to tell you that. Because it will be revealing a secret. And the whole name of the game is not to reveal the secret. Reveal the secret, the operation will flow smoothly. But yeah, decided to take a quick bite. All right. So, instead of eating in your face, I'll let you go ahead and enjoy your night. Hopefully you got something from it. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Love the law, love and the will. 93.